Yo, what's going on?
Okay, now we've got it blown up one more time. Seriously, you're watching this, and I've got 4 different containers here. I've already opened one earlier as a test just to make sure my memory was serving me correct. I probably opened 300 of these in my life or more. Okay, and I've got different brands here. It's all the same. It's vacuum sealed. It's vacuum sealed. Okay, boom. See that? This is not product placement. Now I'm dripping all over the mouse pad here. Excuse me. Don't try this at home, ladies and gentlemen. Now continuing, here is a larger container of Vlasic. And again, now my hands are wet, just what I was talking about. This is not product placement. Again, you will notice you don't open it going like this and then it pops off. You open it by pressuring down and popping. Look at that. I can't even really get it open because my hands are wet. So that's how strong I am. That's God. Look at that. I am so weak. Also hurt my hand last week. I am so weak. I can't even open this. This is real. This is really happening. Where's Hillary Clinton when you need her? I mean, I don't want to look like I'm not manly here. Sometimes you got to bang this up of a table. I guess we got one that was really tough. I can't. This might happen 1 out of 50. I can't even open this. Give me a wide shot. There we go. So you have to pop it, ladies and gentlemen. You have to pop it. My hands were wet. Really on there, though. Let me try this one. This is a smaller Vlasic. Now the whole office can enjoy some pickles today. Continuing. I'm going to show you again. If it, they don't come off like that. They come off like pressure. Just open it. That's how they come off.
What a fucking weirdo, dude. What's going on?
India.
Andrew Wilson debates apostate prophet on the 28th. Will you react to it after it happens? What are they debating on? Because didn't apostate prophet become a dishonest shill grifter and switch to Christianity because he figured out it would make him more money and he doesn't really care anyway?
Australians, South Americans, Arabs, Brits, Canadians, Africans say goodbye to America.
Hey Veggie, I made an earnest dono on Friday night while you were streaming, but you responded curtly and very rudely and my heart broke. Can you please treat your donators with more respect?
Sure, I can try to do that. I don't remember what the hell even happened, but sure. Thanks for the donation, Skur.
America and say hello to China. That's right.
24 years ago,
the map of global trade dominance looked like this. But guess what? Tariffs. With America pulling away from any foreign trade, for better or for worse, the rest of our countries are scrambling to get closer to planet Earth's new boss, China. So to introduce you to the world's new overlords and to signify this great shift in global dominance, I thought I'd compare the old goats to the new goats and give you guys a comprehensive answer to the question on everyone's minds right now: China or the USA? The first category shootout we got is population. Come on now, this one is a statistical landslide. America has
340.1
million people. China is
1.411 billion fucking people. Oh my god. Fucking damn enough.
I think they have actually 1.2 billion. They overcounted their population.
4x, bro. 4x. And the craziest thing is that some Americans seem to be completely unaware of this. I mean, I know geography isn't these guys' educational strong point, but come on now, man. 4x is crazy. Category shootout number 2. Trains. Now look, I know America was built off.
The topic is, should Christians support Zionism? Who is taking which position? I'm pretty sure apostate prophet is pro-Israel, right? So is like Andrew Wilson like anti-Zionism or something? Just read the comments on Destiny's new vid with you. Oh, Jesus.
Do not be kind to donators, Lord Gaines. If they donate some retarded shit, treat them like the little faggot they are.
Okay, I'll do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Was that on his like other channel? Destiny Clips second channel.
All right.
When Vegan Gains joined even God's side, I'm glad VG joined. I was getting too much pleasure from the conversation, then he provided temperance. Vegan Gains not reading social cues is killing me. Whatever dirt Vegan Gains has on Destiny must be insane. Vegan literally never fails to ruin a good stream. Literally never. That's good. That's hilarious.
The railroad. These guys did pioneer the art of connecting a massive landmass using tracks and rail cars. But my god, are those days gone? My god, are those days over? America has genuinely fallen behind every single country on earth in terms of rail systems. Bro, I'm pretty sure Sudan has a better train network than the USA. So I was joking, but turns out it actually does. Just have a look at these rail maps, man. This is what you guys could be. In China, everyone gets the train, and it's ridiculously fast to travel like astronomical distances by rail in this country. Because you know how fucking
Japan's high-speed trains are actually a sham. They're not as fast as they claim to be, and they're also extremely unreliable. So they're just a sham.
fast these goddamn trains go. Dude, we're talking 430 mile per hour. Okay, here's 4 options.
Yeah, they never travel that fast when you're talking about actually transporting real people.
Guess what is the average speed for an Amtrak train in the USA? Wrong. You are wrong. Amtrak's long distance trains in the US average even lower than all these options at around 48 mile per hour. Oh, bro. Loki, I reckon there are humans in China that can run that fast. I'm not even joking. You know what the funniest thing is? America actually tried copying China and invested shitloads of money into their very own high-speed bullet train. However, because the train tracks are so poorly maintained in this country, because oligarchs like Elon Musk lobby against public transport in favor of fucking Tesla tunnels and shit, America successfully built the slowest high-speed train in the world. Congratulations, guys. In general, it's known the USA focuses on its cars. This is because, unlike seeing the free travel and transport of its people as a human necessity that should be available to all people and is also just integral for developing a country's economy, quality of life, and equality, America commodified travel, a luxury item.
China has no wealth whatsoever. Everyone is poor as shit. So yeah, by necessity, they need to rely on rail networks. No one would be able to get anywhere. It's also a huge opportunity for fraud. Every single infrastructure project in China has massive fraud. So when you just look up the figures for like how much these rail networks cost, you're talking about billions of dollars. At least 10% of that has been skimmed off the top. And a bunch of like provincial, local officials embezzled that money so that they could get rich. So that's every single, major infrastructure project in China. So yeah, it's nice that they have a train, but again, it's because they're poor, they can't afford cars, and they use that as an opportunity to basically weasel money from people's taxes. Do you believe bivalves are vegan to consume? At least in a vacuum, probably.
Something that exists only for profit. Okay, but bro, our road systems are just so high-tech and efficient and free. Firstly, they are not. Also, are you guys really choosing sitting in a shitty, bumpy, loud truck that you have to drive yourself through traffic, potholes, and endless, boring-ass scenery for like 12 fucking hours over kicking back in a perfectly smooth, clean, silent bullet train with a restaurant, a toilet?
Yeah, that's not the train experience in China.
Internet, everything you could ever want for a quarter of the time. Alright, bro, sure. China, 1 point up. Of course, 1 point up. Category number 3. Colonialism. Now, both these guys have...
There's literally nothing about China that's better than the United States. You can make a lot of complaints and criticisms about the US. There is not one thing that is more ideal living in China versus in the United States.
Do you think that if you were in Griffith's situation and crippled, you would have done the same and also sacrificed your loved ones, friend and family? I think I would have done the same.
No, I wouldn't have done what Griffith did. But thanks for the donation, Sokiashi. Appreciate it. So, this guy who's talking about the high-speed rail, bullet train, crap like that. One, the bullet train thing is a scam. It doesn't go as fast as it claims to go. It doesn't transport as many people as it claims to go. Isn't as useful as people claim. It's something that is used for more wealthy people. Now, if you're more wealthy in China, you are not very wealthy. So compare whatever the comparator would be in the United States, you'd rather be like upper middle class in the United States than upper middle class in China. There's nothing China does that's better than the United States. You would much rather live in the US.
King Richard, do a collab with Snake Diet and Durian Rider, please.
Fuck! Just random vids, donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Bimbish. I don't know if he likes that hat, but he's bimbish. Bernie Sanders' surprise at Coachella is cringe.
I want to say, this country faces some very difficult challenges.
You know, it's really weird. It looks like an invisible man is holding his pants up. It's like his pants should be falling down, but it's like an invisible person is just keeping him held up.
And the future of what happens to America is dependent upon your generation. Now, you can turn away and you can ignore what goes on, but if you do that, you do it at your own peril. We need you to stand up to fight for justice. To fight for economic justice, social justice, and racial justice. Now, we got a president of the United States Who's
Yeah, that's pretty cringe.
Just got accused of scamming a fellow TikToker. Here, watch this.
Bought a 2017 Audi R8 twin turbo from Alex Eubank, drove it 213 miles and it blew up. The mechanics just took the motor apart and they were just like, holy crap, dude, like that motor has been went through. I understand why people don't have respect for Alex Eubank. I get why people talk crap about him now. I get it. I used to look up to him, dude.
This is one of the
So, first of all, it's an Audi. If you're buying a used Audi, you are retarded. Especially if you're buying a used Audi that has not gone through a basic inspection before you got it. Like, you are actually a brain-dead, deranged retard to buy a used fucking Audi without getting it inspected. And from somebody like Alex Eubank, like, how fucking old is he? He acts like a fucking 19-year-old dipshit. Yeah, you were just asking for it. Like, bro, it's like finding a homeless guy who's offering you drugs for money, and you're like, oh, is this, like, real heroin? Is this, like, gonna kill me or something? And then he's like, no, this is, like, good, pure stuff, man. And it's like, oh, okay. And then you shoot up the drugs, and it's laced with fentanyl, and you die, or almost die. And then you're like, the crazy crack addict homeless person told me these drugs were safe. Like, it's a fucking used Audi that you bought from a fucking influencer dipshit. What the fuck did you expect?
rare cases where my worlds collide. I'm big into fitness, obviously, and I'm even more into cars, so I'm going to share my expertise. So did Alex beat up his car, run it into the ground, and then sell it 213 miles before it blew up? Probably not. And what actually happened is that this car was probably a ticking time bomb and the new owner just got held with a grenade. Anytime you modify cars to this extent, the reliability tanks, so this is kind of bound to happen a lot of the time. Which brings me back to the new owner.
Well, yeah, if you own an Audi, Audis are fucking garbage.
Like, how do you think a 22-year-old was treating this car? Probably not very nicely. As a buyer of these exotic cars, you have to do your due diligence and protect yourself. Whenever I buy a car, I get something called a PPI done. This is a pre-purchase inspection. Basically, you get the car looked over by a professional mechanic and he points out all of the flaws. Now, usually they don't go deep enough into the car to find the problem that this car eventually had, but you can always pay extra to do so. You can get something called a leak down test or a compression test to make sure all of the cylinders are healthy. And if you want to go even deeper, you can get a borescope test. Any of these tests probably would have found that this car was on its last leg. So even though I'm not the biggest Alex fan, if you had to give me a blame...
Well, yeah, dude, it's entirely the fault of the guy who bought the car. You have to be out of your fucking mind to get a used Audi without getting it fucking inspected first. Like, crazy. Stupid.
Have a pretty strong reputation of ethnic cleansing, stealing land. Uyghurs, Iraqis. It's pretty commonly known that if either the USA or China is your op, you're cooked. However, I will say, with its foreign policy, America tends to just obliterate anyone and anything to smithereens. They'll take every last drop of oil you've got to offer, then piss off, leaving you with maybe a highway and a petrol station. At best, a completely corrupt, mentally unstable leader. Whereas China, you know, their intentions might not be the best, but they will
No, I don't have TikTok.
still build some cool ass shit for the people.
No, they don't. China doesn't build anything. All these African countries do not want to deal with China. They would preferentially work with the United States. Now, Trump has gotten rid of US AID, which has basically fucked everybody over. Ask any of these African countries that have made infrastructure deals with China. Everything they get doesn't work, unreliable, projects don't get finished, there's unreasonable fucking demands, they're treated like crap. So, no. Like, just look at it this way. Chinese people have to fucking get cooking oil out of the fucking gutter because they cannot buy, like, they can't afford one of the cheapest food products on the fucking market. Okay? So Chinese people are so fucking poor, they can't afford one of the cheapest fucking ingredients that you cook with. Do you really think they're gonna go to Africa and build them anything that is high quality? So if they want a train system built, do you honestly think they're going to actually build a working, functional, reliable train system? No. Obviously fucking not. Like, as if they care about black people. Are you serious? They make their own fucking citizens eat oil out of the fucking gutter. They're not going to give two fucking shits about Africans. Why is this guy hyping up China like crazy? All right, let's start watching Andrew Wilson.
You're just
it's
a
not,
shock
it's
jock,
not
mate.
psychic ability.
You're just pathetic. Nobody's going to
no
listen
argument.
to you. You're
When
an
are you going to
aggressive,
have an
insecure
argument?
man.
I'm going to tell you what's going to
We're not
happen. This
taking
is
you
going to go
seriously.
Well, this is going to go viral, and a lot of people are going to take me seriously, and all they're going to remember is that I told you that you couldn't put down the Dunkin' Donuts long enough to make an argument.
You all are fairly stupid, and everything that's being said is just like a comedy show.
You
being
think you
played
can
off
change your sex? How can you ever call anybody stupid?
John Oliver stirred controversy this week by hosting a special on what he calls a right-wing obsession with trans athletes in women's sport. He took aim at Fox News for this.
Even as the market crashed in the wake of Trump's tariffs, Fox News spent a lot of time on this.
A women's fencer is defending her decision to take a knee to protest her trans opponent despite getting disqualified for her forfeit.
Yeah. A female fencer who's devoted years of her life to the sport was just disqualified.
This is the civil rights issue of the hour.
Just so you people know, of all the sports, think of any sport that comes to mind, like even stupid shit that is obscure you've never heard of. Fencing has to be the most irrelevant, dumb shit, stupid sport to complain about trans women competing in. And that's for one simple reason. No one follows the rules in fencing. This is a huge fucking problem. There's a set of rules in fencing it's a weird way of how they calculate who gets a hit, who doesn't get a hit, and how points are scored. Things happen so quickly, and because there's such a high risk of bias in judging for fencing, the rules are never followed. You'll follow the rules, you should be getting a point, but your opponent gets the point, you lose. So, what often happens is, someone will get the hit first, but it may be like a defensive move or an offensive move, and based on whether it's defensive or offensive, they do point scoring in like some stupid way. But fencing is impossible to judge. So it is the most dumb fuck retarded sport you could possibly fucking think of. Just imagine baseball, only they get rid of the umpire and you can strike out, but you're still allowed to like walk to a base. Or you'll get a home run, but the umpire will say, "Oh, that doesn't count, strike." Like, that's basically fucking fencing. Of all the fucking problems within the sport of fencing, trans inclusion is in the absolute lowest fucking tier. None of the athletes actually care about trans women being in fencing. What they care about is the bullshit dumb fuck judging and the stupid fucking rules that make no sense. That's what they care about. So this fucking person who is complaining about a trans athlete they're just fucking bigoted. Like, they literally just hate trans people. Because of all the things for them to complain about and, like, take a knee over, holy fuck, what do you care if your opponent has a penis when you could literally win a match, but the judge will say you fucking lost because the judge can't follow the fucking rules? Absolutely retarded.
Following the rules for fishing is as unrealistic as teaching a real-life panda kung fu.
Yeah, basically. It's impossible. I don't even know why they have rules. It may as well be first to whoever lands a hit, but no, that would be too simple. But yeah, it's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Women's sports.
Here's a story that everybody's going to be interested in. A female fencer stands up for fairness in women's sports.
Wait, that's the story that everyone is going to be interested in? Are you sure about that? The story about fencing? And not the one that's caused the stock ticket in the corner of your screen? To go bright red like an inflamed hemorrhoid?
What is almost comically ironic, of course, is that Mr. Oliver was himself dedicating a large chunk of his once-a-week show to talking about the same issue. Well, J.K. Rowling told him to read The Effing Room and shared a post which slammed his 45-minute special for claiming there's basically no advantage for male athletes and that men almost never beat women. On that same night, the UK Women's Pool Championship final was contested by two people who were born as men, not women. So who is obsessed?
Pool. We're complaining about pool. I'll tell you why. It's very simple. The reason why men are better at pool on average is because they play pool more. Women are not interested in winning. They don't care. They don't have to try hard to win because they're competing against other women. When men compete against other men, when you're talking about pool championships, you're competing against somebody who plays pool 8 to 10 hours a day, every single fucking day, and then when they're on break, or they're not doing anything, they're literally looking up videos about pool strategy. So women don't do that. Women will, like, who are competing in pool, they'll, like, maybe practice 2-3 hours, 2-3 times a week, like, versus full autism, retard, no-life dude. They will practice pool 8 to 10 hours a fucking day and do nothing but pool. So the reason women lose at pool isn't because of any inherent disadvantage they have being female. It's because they don't try as hard. They've never had to. They're competing against women. So as soon as they start competing against men who have fully functioning fucking autism, yeah, they lose because now they have to suddenly be fucking competitive. It's a completely different fucking mindset. So I don't know, like, what are we complaining about here? We're not complaining about any inherent disadvantage that women have. We're complaining, oh, women shouldn't have to try hard. They shouldn't have to actually make sacrifices to excel at anything. They should be able to just do dumb fucking girl shit all day, you know, hair, makeup, and bubblegum, but then still win first place trophy at whatever fucking sport they're doing. So if male or trans inclusion results in them having to actually work hard for an achievement, I don't see that as a fucking bad thing. Yeah, get fucking used to it. Step up your game, get fucking good. Like, we don't have a women's version of fucking Dark Souls or Sekiro. We just have Dark Souls and Sekiro. The point is to get fucking good. So women can learn to get fucking good when it comes to sports like pool. And then, yeah, when it comes to other, like, actual sports that require any physicality, men obviously have an inherent advantage. But What exactly are we fucking doing here? Clearly, this has nothing to do with making a fair playing field for women. This is just about hating trans people.
Here's the dumb cringe simp take from Destiny I was telling you about the other day. Men like him are the problem. Clown take, but what do you expect from a little feminine twink like him?
Did this come out of the blue for you?
No, I don't think so.
How did it affect you personally or emotionally?
My emotional baseline is just really, really, really high. So as long as I'm not like, my life isn't f***ed. If I go to sleep, I wake up, I'm usually a little bit better every day, and I just kind of, keep going.
Was there any financial impact of having a divorce?
No, I just have to worry about myself now.
Interesting. So it wasn't like expensive. You didn't have to pay out anything.
I think I paid like $2,000 for an attorney and all the filing fees or whatever. Yeah.
That's really fascinating.
It was a no contest divorce. I mean, it's super cheap. Yeah.
You hear a lot of people say, "Oh, you're going to lose half."
Yeah, most people are retarded. First of all, only 10% of marriages, the end of them, even involve alimony. Division of assets is probably a good thing. You should be dividing assets. You probably should be losing half because you're losing half your partnership.
No. Assets should be divided up based on fairness, not based on you fucking came in her pussy X amount of times. So if you pay for everything, if you're the one who made sacrifices, if you're the one who spent time and effort, then assets should be divided up on that basis. Not, oh, well, you had sex with him 8 times in an entire year, so that car that he spent $78,000 for, that he paid for, and he paid for all the maintenance and the fucking insurance and everything, well, that's hers now. Like that's just stupid.
That you use to acquire those assets, right? If you're a man and you work and the only reason you were able to afford that house because a wife stayed home and took care of kids, then yeah, of course she should be entitled to.
The only reason you have kids is because men and women, this is a biological fact, I don't know if you're aware of this, but you need a male zygote to combine with a female zygote in order to have children. So the reason you have kids in the first place is because, yes, one of you is male, the other's female. So what kind of stupid fucking claim is that? The only reason you were able to make money is because she stayed home with the kids. The only reason you have kids in the fucking first place is because you're a man, she's a woman, you fucking moron. If she wasn't there in the first place, you'd still be making fucking money. What are you talking about?
Something like she'd sacrificed her entire career and enabled you and empowered you to go and work that job.
Oh, right. Women sacrifice their entire fucking career. It's not like they've planned ahead and figured out a way, gee, how can I not work, do jack shit, stay at home, do fucking nothing all day, and get taken care of? Right. They sacrificed their fucking career. Oh, it's not like they had planned ahead to find a way to keep their fucking cushy lifestyle and not work. Right. Sacrifice.
Do you regret having your relationship so public? And would you get married again?
I don't know. I'm not like a big marriage guy. We got married because she needed the green card to live in the U.S. because I don't want to have a long distance relationship.
What an idiotic statement. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. Richard's Frozen Sperm Whales donate $2. Richard, did you buy into any of Tiny's BS during that talk with him and Counterpoints? Also, did you think he was diddied as a kid? I don't think so. I don't think him and Counterpoints were really having much of a important discussion at all. It was basically Counterpoints pointing out that his offline activity detracts from his professional endeavors, you know, getting into politics. Like, okay, I don't know where you're really going to go with a conversation like that, especially with Destiny. But we're likely going to have a talk or debate later. Probably about whether or not, like, religion is good for society or some shit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Hella Panda could at least bet a woman at pool skadoosh.
I'm sure if you taught a panda how to play pool, maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. I don't get it.
So I just spent my very first night, full night, 8 hours sleep in the hyperbaric chamber. Let's talk about it. I cannot express to you how incredible this feels after spending a night in here. The best way to describe the
You're not going to notice any difference in one day sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber. That's going to take at least weeks. So, yeah, he's just lying.
The feeling, to those of you who have never tried the form of therapy before, is that it's as though you take a 1 hour nap and stretch it into 5. So your sleep.
That is not how that works.
There's so much more happening to you through the oxidation of your cells while you're in the hyperbaric chamber, aside from the obvious benefits of just getting a good night's sleep. When you combine those two forces, and you are doing that in this kind of a therapeutic session, it is amazing. Would I do it every single night? Probably not, because I love cuddling with Alfie, but once a week, twice a week, you're gonna go to bed anyway, you might as well do it in a chamber like this. So, I finally gave it a shot last time. It was very...
Scroll up. Delete all IP law. I agree. Isn't this the same guy who's, like, sued people for jailbreaking Teslas? He doesn't believe that. There's no way Elon Musk would be in support of getting rid of intellectual property. Yes, yep, that's Africa. Oh, I see. I am so fucking grateful that I grew up in Canada, where I have all the access to toilets and toilet paper and hentai that I could possibly want. Just imagine living in fucking Africa where it's like 40 fucking degrees. And on top of that, you probably can't find a working toilet. And you don't even have baby wipes. So you're walking around with an asshole that has like shit on it in 40-degree fucking weather. And they have like some crazy ass fucking insects and shit there. Everyone must have like the most fucked up like fly-bitten asses. Fuck Africa, dude. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Are you saying that woman I like pandas eating and sleeping all day?
Wouldn't compare women to pandas. Maybe more like koalas because they do screech a lot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
VG, please help me with cobalt mine argument. I was confronted with phone component mining worker rights violations during vegan debate. I would be pro-military liberation of the miners' work conditions assuming less rights violations took place.
I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. So for one thing, most of this mining oh my god. That is a good ass. I wish I had, like, morphing powers where I could, like, morph into the gym seat here. God damn. That is a good ass. Anyway. Yeah, most of this mining takes place in Africa, so I don't know what the fuck they mean by workers' rights. I'm not sure if some of these African countries literally even have a concept like workers' rights. So, is literally any labor by definition unethical because it happens in another country? Like, should they not be allowed to work and should they all starve to death because they don't have, you know, some sort of robust system of workers' rights and protections under the law? So, like, the fact is, there's demand for cobalt and other minerals in Africa, and people do that work because it makes money. Sure, exploitation and shit is involved, but, there's a demand, they want to work, they choose to work and do those jobs. There's not necessarily any better opportunities doing other work. So if there's a cobalt mine that pays more than, I don't know, what in the fuck do they even do in Africa? Like, make furniture out of banana peels? If cobalt mining makes more money than making furniture out of banana peels, then people are going to work in the cobalt mine. No one's held at gunpoint to go work in a cobalt mine. So they may be stupid and easily manipulated and don't know any better, and they may not be aware of the risks or whatever the fuck it is. But the reality is, if we believe in free will, they're using their free will to work in that mine because in their own, like, based on their own calculations, working in that mine provides an adequate level of income versus, like, work, time spent, risk compared to, like, other jobs. So I don't necessarily see an issue with buying products that use cobalt. Thanks for the donation, though. Come Eachner Gordon. QWE donated $2. Being vegan for 10 years, mostly on whole foods diet. Got my blood work done, and my LDL's at 150, HDL 65. Calculated. LDL cholesterol at 71. What do you think? Feel like LDL should be lower based on how clean my diet is. You said your LDL cholesterol is 150, and then you later said your LDL cholesterol is at 71. So I think you mean your total score is 150 and your LDL is at 71. And that sounds about right. So, those numbers are fine. Most people can probably get their total cholesterol below 150. So, I think mine was around 120 or something. But the most important number is going to be the LDL. 71 is very low risk. So the lower the better, but 71 is just fine. I wouldn't worry about it. It's not like you qualify for statins or anything. But I'm assuming you either misunderstood or made a typo, because you said your LDL is 150, HDL 65, LDL 71. So you probably meant your total is 150 and LDL 71. If that's the case, then yeah, total 150, LDL 71's perfectly fine. Thanks for the donation, QWE. Dodo donated $2. The first tweet I sent you was making fun of Jack Dorsey, saying delete all IP law, because it's something Xi Jinping would say / want. Dumbass, how did you not get that? I don't know, Dodo. I just flew over my head. Yeah, obviously China would want to get rid of that, because then they could just steal everything like they already do now.
Hold on. You got to stop interrupting and let him finish the sentence.
So the tragedy that's been inflicted on Gaza is orders of magnitudes greater than October 7th. Even if you had the right, let's say, somebody broke onto your property and killed...
Gay, 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 fag, you're a gay fag. Bro, if somebody broke into my fucking garage and was trying to steal my fucking car, and I blew their fucking head off with a shotgun, do you get to say, oh, you should be in jail for the rest of your life because someone stealing your fucking car is nowhere near as bad as you taking their life? What are you, fucking gay? Do you suck dicks? Do you work at the fucking glory hole? They can learn to not steal my fucking car, and if they want to steal my car, well, they can suffer the consequences of stealing my car, like getting their head blown off with a fucking shotgun. So, yeah, if Gaza or Gazans have a problem with getting blown the fuck up by Israel, well, maybe they can learn to not fly paragliders into fucking Israel and shoot innocent fucking civilians. Yeah, get fucked. Guess what? There's consequences to the things you fucking do. So, if you don't want to deal with those consequences, you can learn to fucking behave yourself.
Some of your...
Like, bro, this is, like, absolute female brain, like, dumb shit logic. Why can't we all get along? Why do you have to use violence? Just because they did something wrong, that doesn't mean you have to, too. Like, this is the retarded horseshit you hear from female teachers growing up in fucking school. This guy literally has a female brain and acts like a fucking bitch. My God.
Your family members and you want to go kill this guy. If he goes back to his apartment building and you know that there's women and children in that apartment building, and so your move is to blow up the building, what you would be charged with is murder in the first degree. Cold-blooded, premeditated.
Yeah, so do you think there's a difference between you doing that and a military action committed by a fucking country, you idiot? Like again, this is the same guy who said Winston Churchill is like the villain of World War II, so yeah, it checks out that he'd think in this stupid fucking way.
Intentional murder. And you could sit there and tell the judge, I didn't want to kill all those people. Why would I want to kill all of those people? I just had to kill that one guy. But that's not what counts. You did it intentionally. You dropped a bomb knowing that there were women and children in that building. That is intentionally murdering innocent people. And
oh, I love this post. Douglas Murray got wrecked by Dave Smith. Oh my God. If you saw that Joe Rogan episode, Dave Smith got annihilated by fucking Douglas Murray. Is that no, that's a different guy I was thinking of. What a fucking loser, retarded faggot. Like, oh my God, this whole guy's life is dedicated to fucking whining and crying about fucking Gaza. What a little bitch, dude. Think of the children. Israel's killing children. Wah. Go fuck yourself. Guess what? The United States and allies killed children in World War II when they fucking bombed like Dresden, like just like not just Dresden, like Berlin, all the fucking bombings and campaigns during World War II. What's the figure? About, it's estimated that somewhere between 300,000 and 500,000 German civilians died, and I think about 10% of those were children. Are we going to say the United States perpetrated a Holocaust and murdered children in World War II? Like, that's the narrative we're going to go with? Like, these people are just the most weak, dishonest fucking dipshits imaginable. Yeah, this is what happens when you're accomplishing military objectives. You can't analogize this to getting revenge on some guy who stole your fucking Gatorade, so you go to his apartment and like blow it up and then you kill his family. Like, it's not the same thing.
If you're going to advocate for this war, so why can't you just say, yes, that price is acceptable? Because then we could have a real conversation about why the other side is going to look at you like a monster.
They don't care. The other side doesn't care. They're happy that their children are getting killed. They call it martyrdom. They think they're going to get infinite paradise in heaven because their children got martyred for the cause of Islam. They want their kids to die. Oh my, it's just Western feminist ideology. All of this is looked through the lens of Western feminism. They cannot comprehend that people think fundamentally different than they do, and they want their kids to die.
Joe Rogan tried to make fun of President Biden, saying, oh, look at this stupid thing that he said recently, trying to make fun of his mental state. But then Joe Rogan got fact-checked, and he realized that it wasn't Biden who said that quote. It was actually Donald Trump. The video is fantastic. Take a look.
Did you hear what he said like yesterday or a couple days ago? He was talking about the Revolutionary War. He's like, one of the reasons why we lost the Revolutionary War, one of the problems with the Revolutionary War was they didn't have enough airports. Yeah. Have you seen that? I saw that. Like, what? Like, pull him.
It's crazy.
If you had any other job and you were talking like that, they would go, hey, you're done.
A few moments later.
The same stable genius that said the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War is we didn't have enough airports. Whoa.
Yeah, that's it.
Whoa.
Right. What?
Just for the record.
Is that fake?
It's not fake, but he was referencing Trump saying that. Here's what Trump's saying it in 2019.
Oh.
Donald Trump said something about that. And he didn't say Jesus. He said a stable genius, and that's where the transcription.
Let me hear what it says. What did he say?
In June of 1775, the Continental Congress created a unified army out of the revolutionary forces encamped around Boston and New York, and named after the great George Washington, Commander-in-Chief. The Continental Army suffered a bitter winter of Valley Forge, found glory across the waters of the Delaware, and seized victory from Cornwallis of Yorktown. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he fucked up.
Yeah, he did. But I feel like that's, you can tell too. It sounds like a little different. He's like, you can tell he like messed up his words, but yeah. He's just.
Yeah, that's the Joe Rogan experience. How do they sleep at night? How does anybody take them seriously when that's the kind of political commentary that they have? Oh, Joe Biden's a retard. He thought they had airports in the Civil War. Oh, Trump said it? Oh, well, that was just a simple mistake. Like, fuck him. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Miscellaneous vids, donate $2 on the
Back then, how much do you think you're spending on food?
Back then, I was probably spending maybe $50,000 a year on food.
Gosh. Back then, too. That was what, 95?
Yeah, because, I would eat out sometimes, too. I'd buy a whole cow at a time. I had, like, 2 freezers in my house. Wow. At the time, I was eating probably 4 pounds of meat a day.
Yeah, Jay Cutler's an idiot. He believes in blood type diets, and somebody told him because he's type O, he needs to eat like a caveman and eat a lot of red meat. He's not very smart.
And a lot of it was red meat, but I'd buy 150 pounds of chicken at a time. I'd buy 30 dozen eggs, so I'd buy a whole case of eggs, and that would be my whole refrigerator. And I'd sit outside and I'd cook in all my chicken breasts and my steak and stuff like that on the barbecue grill, and I'd put it on plates and I'd put it in my refrigerator, and I'd pick as the days went on. I would pick enough for each couple days and have pasta and rice and whatever around it. I ate every 2 hours.
Yeah.
Do you know how the U.S. grew from just a few colonies into a giant 11 times bigger, and all within 100 years? Back in 1776, North America was divided between Britain, Spain, and indigenous lands that Europeans hadn't taken yet. At that time, the 13 British colonies adopted the Declaration of Independence and declared themselves the United States of America. After years of fighting, Britain officially recognized their independence through the Treaty of Paris. The U.S. gained vast territory all the way to the Mississippi River and began actively settling it. In 1803, a massive land deal with France doubled the size of the U.S. through the Louisiana Purchase. A few years later, Florida was partly taken by force and partly purchased from Spain. After Texas split from Mexico and joined the U.S., the Mexican-American War broke out, and in the end, the U.S. gained the entire West. Mass migration of Americans along the Oregon Trail led to an agreement with Britain. The border was set at the 49th parallel. A deal with Russia added Alaska, the last big piece of the puzzle on the continental U.S. map. Do you know how the
Hmm.
I don't know if you ever been searched for drugs before, but
Yeah, pink lemonade ghost.
they can't legally search a car without a search warrant, and so they use a drug dog to incriminate you to search a car. And I feel like the scam half the time, because all they do is they take the dog out, right, and then they walk up to your car, and then they go, oh. He just told me I have to search your car now. Oh, really? He told you that? No, I didn't know I was dealing with Dr. Doolittle out here. That's fucking nuts. I feel like I need my own dog now to double check your shit. That's what I need. I need my own dog to be like, oh, he just said that's a snitch-ass bitch lion dog. That's crazy. We're gonna take us up to dog court and get a dog lawyer, huh? I don't know if
Yeah, the cops do that. Thanks for the donation, miscellaneous vids. Ben Overbitch, $22.
Oh, come on, Chris. Everybody's done something they're not proud of. Like when I used to be a Wonder Twin.
Peter, the old schoolhouse is on fire. Let's go.
Wonder Twin powers activate.
Form of a hawk. Come on, Peter.
Yeah, I'll be right behind you. Shape of Jaina's tampon. And now I play the waiting game.
Yep. Should try the Jolly Rancher C4 drinks. I haven't seen them.
Do you know how
Yeah, I have not seen them. If I see it, then I'll try it, but I haven't seen them. I don't know if they're only in the United States. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Skirmish $22. Not sure if you've seen Alex O'Connor talking about veganism recently. If you haven't, here's the link.
When you start looking at how we actually treat animals.
Yeah, that's gonna be great. We'll watch that later tonight. Thanks for the donation, Skirmish.
VG, have you seen the new season of Black Mirror yet? If so, what did you think? Also to everyone here that hasn't liked the stream yet, click like on the fucking stream, my ooh stupid lazy pussy faggots. Love y'all.
I have not seen the new season of Black Mirror. I didn't even know they were making any new ones. But I'll probably end up watching that and just watch it when I do cardio. Thanks for the donation, Tyler the Veginator. Eggplantus donated $2. That is a big hippo. Wow. Yeah, you do not want to get charged by a hippo. They will kill you. That is a very big hippopotamus. That is a nice hippopotamus. Wonder what Gummy would think of a hippo. Oh, poor little dog doesn't have arms. Oh, that's a nice doggo. Oh, what a nice doggo. Oh. Oh my god. That is definitely a friend-shaped animal. Oh my goodness. Wow, so handsome. That's amazing. Also, check out this impressive collection. Oh, Wipeout. I remember I had Wipeout 64. That game sucked. Yeah, apparently the PlayStation version was much better, but Wipeout 64 was just awful. I still think F-Zero is way better than Wipeout. F-Zero is the fucking tits. It's really weird how they haven't made another F-Zero game in the longest fucking time. Because F-Zero was fucking great. Thanks for the donation, Eggplantus. QWE donated $2. Yeah, you right made a typo. Cholesterol 150, HDL 65, LDL 71. If I start training hard, would I get lower, or you think I shouldn't worry about it? It's possible that if you exercise more, you can get your cholesterol down lower, but it's not something I'd really worry about. You're not in any kind of danger zone. So you are in a very low risk category to begin with. Thanks for the donation though, QWE.
You're right, woman. I like colas right down to some of them being functionally extinct due to being vegans.
I don't know about that, but they do kind of whine and screech like koalas. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. 21st Savage, donate $2. I show speed is making China propaganda now. What low will blacks not reach for money?
This is China! Now show the whole city real quick! Zoom out and show the whole city!
I hate him. Like, the thing is, a lot of people call I Show Speed stupid. He's not stupid. He's actually a fairly smart guy. He just acts stupid because he knows that's how you get attention and shit on social media, but he knows exactly what he's doing. He has done everything pretty much perfectly to get ahead and get more views and money on social media. So, acting like a retard, starting fireworks in his mom's house, like, again, that's made him tons of money. The Israel-Palestine thing, he doesn't give a shit. Look, this guy is like, what, fucking... I don't even know how old he is, but he's like, what, 20 or some shit? If that. He doesn't care about Israel-Palestine. The only reason he acts like he cares is because he knows it's a popular political position. A lot of his fan base was asking his opinion on that, and he just read the room. Most of his fan base are stupid, like, 12-year-old kids, and stupid 12-year-old kids are, for the most part, going to be more pro-Palestine than pro-Israel. So he took that position of pro-Palestine because of, just out of sheer cynicism. This China stuff, he's getting paid, like, good money by the CCP to do this crap. Like, everything he does is just for clout and money. And he's good at it. Like, he's wealthier than I am. but he has absolutely zero morals. That's his fundamental issue. He's not a dumb guy. He's actually pretty clever. It's just he has no fucking morals whatsoever.
What? Perfectly flat looking city plaza, right? See the skyscraper right there? We came from there, right? Now turn around, take a look back there. What do you mean?
Oh my god, we're on the 13th story of a building? It's gonna be that, right?
You were on the ground floor, like, yeah. This is the ground floor, right? Right? Turn around, take a look.
Yeah.
What the?
We're 13 stories high! Yeah. Oh no, 22nd. Yeah, he's getting paid by the CCP. I know this exact fucking thing. They all say that. You think you're on the ground floor, but look, you're 13 stories. I've seen every travel channel do that. So he's getting paid probably hundreds of thousands of dollars by the CCP to do this. If not more. Every single travel channel is doing that exact same thing.
Cereal and sugar.
That's great. That's great. Thank you.
Or maybe you shouldn't steal land that doesn't belong to you, then you wouldn't be expecting an uprise from the indigenous inhabitants that cherishes their land. Douglas Murray is just an Islamophobe Nazi piece of shit trying to justify ethnic cleansing.
Oh, Israel never stole any land. You're just a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf.
Neo-Nazi kills parents to fund assassination plot against Trump.
"17-year-old in Wisconsin allegedly killed his parents as part of a plot to assassinate Trump." I don't know how that's going to help you kill Trump. Nikita Kasip, 17. Who is this Nikita Kasip? Oh my god. Is this ad gonna go away soon?
Things had been emptied from drawers and closets. Things were all over the floor. Victim B body appeared to have been deceased for some time. Was unable to definitively identify who it was. Continued walking through the residence. Again, things were strewn about everywhere, and we located a mound of blankets and pillows in the first floor office that was later found to conceal.
Called for the assassination of the president and the overthrow of the U.S. government, written documents according to federal affidavit. The alleged killing of his parents appeared to be an effort to attain the financial means and autonomy to carry out his plans, investigators say. Police believe the suspect's mother and his stepfather were killed on February 11th, according to blah, blah, blah. Both were found dead from gunshot wounds more than 2 weeks later. Suspect was not at home. Authorities said that evening officers with the Wakini Police Department in Kansas performed a traffic stop on the vehicle and found the suspect driving. The complaint says in the vehicle authorities found $14,000 in $100 bills, more than $14,000 worth of jewelry, and a .357 Magnum revolver purchased by Mayer. They also found photos and communications referencing a self-described manifesto regarding assassinating the president, making bombs, and terror attacks. What's the point of even making a manifesto? 3-page document the FBI found called for Trump's assassination to create a political revolution in the U.S. and save the white race. As to why specifically Trump, I think it's pretty obvious. By getting rid of the president, perhaps the vice president, that is guaranteed to bring in some chaos. One excerpt document said. Document also contained images of Adolf Hitler along with the text, Hail Hitler. Hail the white race, hail victory. Hitler didn't even want to preserve the white race. He only wanted to preserve the German race, which is hilarious. Hitler wanted to annihilate fucking Slavics. So he wanted to kill Russians, Poles, like, they're all white. So he only cared about the German race. These people who are all Nazis, they're just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, retard.
For anyone who didn't realize, the last link I donated was of Frankie's free-range sugar water buyer. He was showing off how lean he is on the cereal and sugar diet, as opposed to the bloated vegan Gaines high-oil low-carb diet.
I am not bloated, but thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Grey Knight donated $2. I know this topic is tiring, but it turns out there was a point to the direwolf thing after all, and it's not good. This guy's a retard, by the way.
Those aren't wolves, but it might be dire. I take it back. I was excited, but the more you look at it, the worse it gets. The dire wolves are actually closer to being related to African jackals, and they're so far removed from all of that they weren't even wolves to begin with. To be fair, we do that a lot. The saber-toothed tiger wasn't a tiger. The Irish elk wasn't an elk. And like I said, they genetically altered a gray wolf to recreate a dire wolf, but like gray wolves and dire wolves aren't even in the same genus, so it feels more like scientists letting their nuts hang than trying to bring back an extinct species. And that's the thing, like, now that I think about it, what is the end game here? It can't be to reintroduce them, because that's just dumping GMO wolves into the world. Even if they did act exactly like dire wolves, whatever niche, whatever they did back in the day probably isn't there for them today. Someone would have to get screwed. Also, and I didn't even think about this, I got this from a comment, but for them to make 3 fully healthy GMO wolves, how many wolf puppies had to die to do it? The number can't be 0. Nah, but like the real problem is that some people are using the de-extinction thing as an excuse to take wolves off the endangered species list. If you know the story here, that is a no-no. So yeah, I take back all of my excitement. I thought the concept of what it could be used for was cool, but the plot took a left turn at Albuquerque. It been lost. To be fair, I did say it wasn't an actual dire wolf, it was a genetically altered gray wolf, but it's more like an artistic interpretation of a dire wolf come to life. The problem is when you got articles saying it's a dire wolf full stop, and I might be part of the problem. I might have to delete that first video. Yeah, we should just retire from playing God with animals altogether.
I don't even know if they were technically genetically modified. They literally just look like Arctic wolves. So I'm skeptical that they're even able to do any substantial genetic modification whatsoever. But yeah, I don't know how this company is really making money. It just seems like some kind of fucking scam. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight.
Let me get this straight. You'll react to Frank, Vince, Svaria, carnivore retards that benefit off you giving them views. But you won't react to a vegan who is an alleged non-convicted rapist because a woman said so. There has to be more to the story.
We've talked about this a million times, and you say the same thing. I give you the same answer every time. You're just asking this to annoy me, so go fuck yourself.
And who?
Actually, let's just watch this now.
I mean, how do you feel about, factory farming, for example? How do you feel about the way that we get our food?
I would hate to say it's a somewhat necessary evil.
Necessary for what?
Feeding people. I would love to see maybe something more sustainable. I know crickets have been.
This guy looks like a fucking inbred midget. And then he's like, well, we need to eat meat for nutrients. How are we gonna get nutrients? Like, buddy, you're fucking 5'5". Your face looks like it's made out of fucking clay, and somebody just did a rough fucking molding of somebody's face from memory. And you're weak as shit, and you can barely do any fucking push-ups. And then he's like, how am I gonna grow big and strong and become a real boy if I don't eat meat? It's always those people, dude. Always.
I would love to see maybe
of the same foods we're already eating, or less torturous. I mean, for example, in my country, over 80% of pigs that are reared for food are in gas chambers. Carbon dioxide, they're lowered in cages into chambers of carbon dioxide, where you can watch the footage of this online. It's not just putting them to sleep. Now, we do actually know that there are other gases we can use that would be less painful, that they wouldn't cause them to squeal around, choking on their own breath. Invisible gas as well, so they probably just only adds to the confusion. Just an unimaginable cruelty for these animals. Now, maybe it's the case that for whatever reason, we need to be pigs for food. We need bacon, we need it for whatever reason. If that's the case, which is dubious already, why don't we use another gas which is less painful? Well, because it's more expensive. Okay, so it's sort of like, when you say it's
Annie donated $2. I would like to debate you on the ethical principles of rape being justified form of resistance. Can you open Discord? By the way, watch and donate to Frank and Sparrows now. Thanks for introducing me to their channels. That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
It's a necessary evil. It might be necessary to like animals for food. It might be necessary to rear maybe even lots of animals for food. And it may be necessary sometimes not to treat them ideally because of the amount of food that we need. But the current practices of factory farming are sort of beyond the pale.
So what do you think is a solution for that practice of farming?
Well,
is there one? Is it even possible to humanely breed and raise animals for farming?
Well, humane is a tricky word to use there because, of course, to the extent that you're unnecessarily killing an animal, it's difficult to describe that as humane. I certainly think that if the industry is going to change, I used to be a vegan, and I used to think that the solution to this was just to not eat the products, to not pay for the products. It's essentially a boycott. Boycotts work, at least sometimes.
But then I pooped my pants, and then I realized, oh, it's not that simple. We can't walk around with dirty diarrhea bottoms all day. We need some other solution than veganism, because I have diarrhea poopy pants.
What a fucking clown.
Guys in chat, there is one single person, Vegan Gains refuses to watch even a 2-second clip on. Do you know who it is? There's only one.
That's great. Go fuck yourself, dude.
BTW, would you be willing to debate Vosh on Israel/Palestine and perhaps veganism, or would it not be worth it? He does seem a bit full of himself, so I'm not sure he'd even be down, but it would be interesting perhaps.
I've already debated him on veganism, and I messaged him to debate Israel-Palestine. He asked for a specific proposition. The proposition was whether or not what they're doing is a genocide, or broadly speaking constitutes war crimes, and then he ghosted me. So he is the one who's been claiming it's a genocide, Israel's broadly committing war crimes. So I offered to debate him on those claims specifically, and he was too afraid. So he's not willing to debate me on that topic. Thanks for the donation, though, Tyler.
Boycotts can be effective. And for a time, veganism was really beginning to take off. It seemed like it was really changing the world, and you become really convinced that the world one day will actually be vegan, that morality will catch up on the world, and in the same way that all kind of other injustices like human slavery.
Look, I'm not someone who's gonna pearl clutch about Luigi Mangione, but I'm also not gonna cocksuck him like this. You have to admit this is cringe as fuck. By the way, both these people are known Hassan fans.
Hilarious to see these millionaire media pundits on TV clutching their pearls about someone standing a murderer when this is the United States of America, as if we don't lionize criminals, as if we don't have, we don't stand murderers of all sorts, and we give them Netflix shows. There's a huge disconnect between the narratives and angles that sort of mainstream media pushes and what the American public feels. And you see that in moments like this. And I can tell you, I saw the biggest audience growth that I've ever seen, because people were like, oh, some journalist is actually speaking to the anger that we feel.
The women who gather outside court in New York.
So you're going to see women especially that feel like, oh my God, right? Like here's this man who's revolutionary, who's...
No, women just like murderers. Look at... dude, it's so crazy. Women have such a hard-on for murderers, even, like, gross fat fucks like David Berkowitz. David Berkowitz had tons of fucking girls fawning over him after he was found guilty for the serial killings that happened in New York. Like, this is an invisible man. No women would ever pay him any fucking mind. He murders a bunch of people. Girls get their fucking panties wet and start sending him fucking love letters and attending his court hearings. One of the bigger ones was the Night Stalker. What's his name? Something Ramirez. Was it Richard Ramirez? Yeah. There's a bunch of serial killers named Richard for some reason. It's easy to remember their names. There's also Richard Kuklinski. But yeah, Richard Ramirez, he had a ton of fucking girls who was super into him. This was another prolific serial killer. So these people were not killing for any fucking political cause. They just murdered because they wanted to commit murder. And girls were getting their fucking panties wet. Like, these people are getting attention like Luigi Mangione, not because women agree with their political ideology, it's just because they're fucking murderers.
famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a person that seems this morally good man, which is hard to find.
Yeah, I just realized women will literally date an assassin before they swipe right on me. That's where we are. I'm sure you wouldn't like to be compared to a Trump supporter, but some of how people cannot understand why people have sympathies for Mangione strikes me as the same as a lot of media not understanding why people support Trump.
I totally agree.
It's because a lot of people are just really, really desperate.
They want somebody to take on the system. They want somebody to tear down these barbaric establishment institutions. Hilarious.
Well, that was stupid. Thanks for the donation, retard. Indo-vegan, let me see.
Alex O'Connor.
Hey, Rod, great to see you. The folks are sure glad you're playing. It's really given them a lot of faith in me again. I'm sure that together we can make this Millennium Party the best New Year's bash ever. Poop pants. What? Poop pants. Poo pants? Poop pants. You pooped your pants? Poop my pants. Oh. Nurse, Mr. Stewart has apparently pooped his pants.
Yeah, that's Alex.
Ooh. Oh, gee.
You feeling all right, Mr. Mackey?
Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh! Oh, it's bad. Excuse me, kids, I need to run. Ow!
I put a lot of Arby's horsey sauce on those.
Okay, can somebody give me some paper towels? Or maybe a... Okay. Oh, it's bad.
Yeah, that's Alex. Thanks for the donation, Indo-vegan.
The guy that Richard won't react to? Say his name. Say his name, Richard.
Yeah, how about no? Thanks for the donation, George Floyd. CDG, donate $2. Dude, where the fuck were you? Unless I'm mistaken, you haven't streamed for like 4 days. I only took yesterday off. Yeah, I only took yesterday off. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Woman D equals finding serial killers sexy is kid off sick.
You know, it's what they do. I find it hot when girls go ass to mouth, and women find it hot when you take a gun and blow somebody's brains out, so who am I to judge? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Are abolished. The same thing will happen with animal exploitation. By the way, more human beings are in slavery today than were at the height of the transatlantic slave trade. It's just that at least now we condemn it and try to root it out. I'm just not convinced that's going to work anymore. And I don't think that people will stop eating animals. And I don't think that it's wrong in the way that I used to in principle, because you sort of, the big end of the funnel when it comes.
C2G donators, I guess your streams are deleted for the past 3 days. Can't find them in your archive. What are you They may have been blocked, but let's see. 12th, I skipped. I don't know how they're dated. Oh, it might have been because I don't know how. Yeah, that's weird. They're dated in a weird way. But 12th, 10th, I'm assuming this has something to do with when I started. 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th. So no, I streamed every day aside from yesterday. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Comes to veganism is factory farming footage. You know, you show people. I talk just how I've spoken to you now about these abominable practices, and so you say, okay, I want to do something about this, and then maybe you become a vegan, and then there's a lot of debate about, well, what if we kill the animals in a different way? What if I've got backyard chicken farming? And there's a big discussion. What if I've got chickens in my back garden? What if I eat their eggs? Can that be a problem?
What if I have children getting this soccer ball in my backyard garden? Can I cut off their fingers and eat them like little sausages? They're in my back garden. Fucking idiot.
And people will still say, well, okay, they've still been selectively bred to lay more eggs than they would naturally, which often gives them a calcium deficiency, which leads to things like osteoporosis in chickens, which is bad, but it's nowhere near as bad or as as much of an emergency as factory farming, right? And so suddenly you're having these much more sort of nuanced debates about animal ethics, about what you have the right to do, because you've first you've gotten through the door with the obvious stuff. The first thing we need to do is convince people of the obvious stuff. This is inexcusable.
Burpman donators, hey dude, can I donate burping vids, please? Will you like it? Well, I gotta pay the bills somehow, so go for it. Thanks for the donation, Burpman.
There's no excuse for the way that we are sort of treating pigs in factory farms at the moment.
Do girls not like Kyle Rittenhouse because he killed in self-defense? I really don't know how Kyle is getting along with women at this point. But yeah, I think him killing in self-defense is a turnoff, ironically. I never heard of any girls really going for him. And I think him crying like a little baby on the stand, that definitely didn't help. So, yeah, he's not a serial killer, right? And he only killed the one guy too. So I don't think he's getting any girls because, one, he's not a murderer. He only killed in self-defense and he cried like a girl on the stand.
Simply no excuse. If this is the only way to produce bacon to the extent that we currently eat it, then eat less. Right? It's just not even close. It makes a parody of ethics. The solution, I think, needs to be something like what happened with the environmentalist movement. You remember sort of 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, everybody's saying, make sure you switch off your lights, make sure you don't leave the tap running, because if you leave that running for a year, it can fill up an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And so you're sort of doing your little bit. And then people begin to realize, actually, that's not really solving the problem. What we need to do is we need to go and like lobby Shell to stop whatever the hell it is that Shell do. You know, we need to stop governments from investing in fuel licenses. We need to get universities to divest their.
Yes, I am still here, Dominus. I have been lurking for several years. And I have finally decided to share my love of burps. My delicious fetish. Yum. I love rubbing my hard cock to it all. I love to share it with everyone. Seeing Richard's disgust excites.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Burtman. Appreciate it. Do you believe Trump's medical report? There's no way he's only 224 pounds. Like, it really depends on his body composition. So, it's conceivable if he had a low enough amount of muscle mass. But I would have suspected him to be much heavier. So probably closer to like 260, 270. If not more. Like, he's pretty fat. Booty cum, donate $2 if we allowed, fuck it. All right, thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
Investments in fossil fuel industries, for example. It's much more now about protesting authority and trying to make systematic change happening from the top down. And now the idea of the environmentalist whose principal focus is trying to convince people to remember to turn their lights off kind of seems almost a bit silly. It's like, really, like that's going to solve the problem? Well, maybe, yeah, sure. If everybody did that, maybe we'd have less of a problem. But the way to do this is clearly systematic top-down change. And I think the same thing maybe needs to happen with veganism. I'm not entirely sure about this. I'm open to be convinced either way. But I think that whereas people might have said, yeah, we just need to stop eating these products, maybe it's now actually, no, let's go and lobby the government to make this a criminal offense.
Now, how would that differ with crickets? Because let's just say...
Oh my God.
Nah, Trump is 450 pounds easily.
There's no way he weighs that much. He'd be a literal blueberry. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
One cow could feed 10 people versus 10,000 crickets.
Yeah.
Feeding the same.
Booty Cum, donate $2. Burtman, you want to go back and forth? We can CVG burst. Should never have agreed to this. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
10 people and like 10,000 crickets have to, and be kept in like, you know, in their own filth and this and that. Like, how would it differ from the perspective of just suffering life?
It's going to depend on your view of like consciousness of crickets, right? Because intuitively, I want to say that a cow is worth many more.
X donate $2. This guy really went to a luxury perfume convention and asked people if bug spray and pickle juice spray is good perfume.
Axe body spray is done. Next up we have bug spray.
We prepped the strip, found the next booth, and started trying some of their fragrances.
That is very, very good.
An expert approached us, so we're going to see what she thinks of this bug spray.
We run an Instagram, Whiffbusters, maybe you've heard. It's in the US, yes, yeah. So we compare different fragrances.
Wow. I did not even donate those burping videos. I see that I have enlightened someone to join my cause. Thank you for donating the burps. It makes my job easier. Help me spread the burping love. Yeah, and I'll love to go back and forth, booty. I burst cum.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Burtman.
Fragrances. So this is the one we just tried. What are your thoughts? It's a very light.
It's light.
Very light.
I like it. It's light. It's more similar to this one.
Like that one?
Okay, how does one of the perfumes they sell smell similar to bug spray? There is no way that this is going to smell good. I hate it.
This is bestseller. What's your...
Perfume smells like absolute dog shit. I have not smelled a single perfume that I actually liked. I remember there was this trend. I think it ended probably like 5 years ago. Women were wearing this disgusting vanilla perfume. Every fucking chick in public, vanilla perfume. It was so fucking disgusting and nasty. It was this like highly super smelly chemical artificial vanilla smell. It was so awful, and it was the biggest trend. Every chick was fucking wearing that crap, and I fucking hated it. Occasionally, still, some older women, I think, still, like, I still smell them with that crap. It's so awful. But, yeah, it's not a surprise. All these people are fucking frauds, dude. Burpman donated $2. Burpy, burp, burp. Alright, well thank you, Burpman. Appreciate the donation.
You ever think about playing Jack 2 on stream? And also a friend of mine sent me this, could you react to this?
Bunch of people asking for proof that God exists. I'm about to show it to you beyond a shadow of a doubt, so that you will never again be.
I could play Jack 2 on stream, and I'll watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
My night we gonna go band for band and M for M with these burp videos.
That's great. Looking forward to it. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Burtman donated $2. Alright, thanks for the donation, Burtman.
You're right, my mistake. Trump is 850 pounds easily.
No. He would not be that high. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Instagram names. Mythbusters. Have you ever heard of Mythbusters?
Dang, bro, people really do not know about the Mythbusters here. We thought this name was going to be a hit. But the fact that she thought that smelled nice and similar to one of their own fragrances is wild to me. I mean, maybe she's trying to be nice, but I really think she thought that smelled good. Pickle spray. I prepped the scent strip and took a whiff.
Oh, this one's bad. So far, this is the most potent. Like it actually.
Their fragrance, and then got her to smell it. We asked if she liked it, and...
Not really.
Sorry.
Now it's my turn. Started roaming, looking for the right person to smell this pickle spray, but then...
We just passed the security that stopped me a second ago, and he just eyed me down so hard.
Maybe security's watching us, but we're in too deep. We
I really like it.
Is it tobacco?
No, there's no tobacco inside.
Okay, I thought I smelled.
You knew there wasn't tobacco in theirs, but let's see if he can tell there's pickle in ours.
We have a small Instagram where we compare different fragrances. What do you give me your thoughts?
It smells like opito. This one.
You don't like it? Smells what?
It smells like opito. I really don't like this.
You're not a fan?
No.
Yeah, maybe it's not. Never mind, maybe it's not great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. It's starting to get to the point that I feel bad.
He just straight up was like, yo, whatever this is, it is not good. Like, why would you even consider that? What? What are you gonna do? Please don't.
Hi. Good, how are you doing?
Okay, I feel so bad right now. is the entire population of Austin, which is 980,000 people. Famous. I started away. He described weather now. Try perfume disguised as a luxury fragrance. So we have an Instagram where we're going around. We're getting people to kind of compare different ones. This is the one we tried last time.
Right.
So far, this is his favorite. I'm not a fan of it. What are your thoughts?
I can see it's actually would be his favorite.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I would actually get the sense that it is. Unfortunately, I have been spraying for 4 days straight, so my nose is completely packed right now. So
so it's hard to tell.
I'm not even sure if I'm actually sensing it right. But it's personal touch, personal taste. Just like a painting on a wall that...
Say it's an art form. He is obviously insanely passionate about this stuff and gave me a very different perspective on all of this. And now I feel bad about making him smell our fart spray. So we're gonna get out of here before I start.
He's like, the fart spray was not that bad. Dude, these perfumes are just... Perfume's just terrible. Bertman, donate $2. Your turn next, booty cum.
I don't know what I'm doing, so...
I want your opinion on something.
Okay, thanks, Bertman. Booty cum, donate $2.
Oh, still going.
Ew, gross. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Much more than a cricket. Many more crickets are worth the same as a cow. But that's a very difficult thing to quantify. It's like when we actually try to put a number on it, it's impossible. Like, how many cows would you save one dog? Like, man, I don't know. Like 3.5. Like, who knows, right?
Yeah. The correct answer is 1.75.
right. Yeah. I think that the cricket thing is interesting, right? Because what's the solution? You know, if we're not eating cows, what if are we going to eat thousands of crickets? Well, look, why not let's start by like eating cows, but not rearing them on factory farms. How about that? Why don't we sort of try to create more organic ways of farming these animals, at least as a start, right? Like, in other words, there are not two options. If you really don't want to do away with the eating of animal products, it's not like your only options are forcing pigs into gas chambers or eating thousands of locusts. There's sort of a middle ground to be had there, right? And so what I'm saying here is, for a start at least, systematic governmental change. It should be a criminal offense to do all kinds of things that are currently legal. Because, by the way, the things I'm describing here are legal, right? And most factory farms aren't even following the regulations. You know, every single time somebody breaks in with a camera, puts a camera on the side of a factory farm and like exposes what's going on, it's so much worse. It's so much worse. And I'm describing what you can legally do. And that's if everybody's following the rules. People like Joey Carbstrong for years have been breaking into farms at, I suppose, quite considerable risk and putting cameras on the side and showing people what happens. And it's not nice. And so at the very least, this kind of stuff should be a criminal offense. Yeah, in the UK, you have to stun an animal before you can kill it. It's a legal requirement that you have to stun an animal before you kill it for food. Now, the UK government considers gas chambers to be a form of stunning at the same time, if you like, two birds with one stone, or two pigs in one gas chamber. And so this practice is allowed where, like, you know, if the pig didn't die, it might well be illegal because you've just sort of gassed a pig and it hasn't died. And also, if you just like that pig without stunning it, you'd have committed a criminal offense.
So how do you assign your value hierarchy to life?
I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that question because, it, like, as I was alluding to a moment ago, it's very difficult to actually give an analysis of why things are valuable, right? Every time you try to do it, it's very difficult. So there's this argument called name the trait, which is used in the context of animal ethics, which is to say, give me the thing that's true of a pig or a cow that if it were true of a human, you'd be okay with human for food, right? So people say, well, we kill animals because they're less intelligent than us. Okay, so we'll take a human being and make them less intelligent. Actually, Thomas Jefferson wrote about this.
This guy is not vegan because he's just selfish. I think he completely and utterly made up that pants shitting thing because this guy's a fucking dumbass and a pseudo-intellectual, and that was the best thing you could come
Excellent burp spooticum. Thanks for helping. Let's keep donating.
Let me take a look. Why are their burps so disgusting and weird? Okay, thanks, Burp Man.
Was responding to a review, I think, of a book that had been published around the time of the American Revolution about the intellectual and artistic achievements of black people. Somebody.
Bootycam donated $2. Okay, that's not a burp. Okay, thanks for the nation, Bootycam.
He had written a book detailing all kinds of achievements that were done, that were made by black people. And I suppose the implication was to be like, look what people are capable of. You should think differently about black people. And Thomas Jefferson wrote a response to this and said, like, no one's happier than I am to see this kind of thing. But we should not fool ourselves into thinking that this is any indication of their worth. I mean, just because Isaac Newton was more intelligent than, my mother, does that mean that he has more of a right to life, to not be abused, to not be killed? No, of course not. And in other words, intelligence is not a metric to determine your moral worth. But if that's the case, then when somebody says, well, pigs are less intelligent than us, okay, so what? Okay, so what is it then? Like, is it, oh, well, pigs are...
Bootycam donated $2. Watch the first one again, she burps. Okay, thanks. Thanks for that.
Less self-aware. Okay, well, you can make a human less self-aware as well. You can imagine like a cognitively disabled human being. You can essentially start transforming a human being into a pig. You can give the human 4 legs. Is it okay to put him in a gas chamber now? No. Okay, well, let's lower the human's intelligence level. Definitely not. We definitely don't want to be putting people in gas chambers based on their intelligence level, do we? Okay, what if we give them a curly tail? How about now? Like, no. Okay, but you're slowly turning this human into a pig, and you get to a point where that human is now identical to the pig, and yet you still are like, no, it's still not okay to put them in the gas chamber. But that's what we're doing over here to this identical creature, So it's actually very difficult to determine what...
That's very interesting.
It's like the biggest challenge. But because one of the reasons it's such a big challenge is because on another level, like a human is worth more than a pig. Like people just sort of intuitively know this. Now, I'm an emotivist about ethics. I think that when people make ethical judgments, they're just expressing emotions. And so I think it's got a lot to do with how many genes you share with people. And so I think that really it's got to do with like how much that pig kind of resembles a human to you. That's going to determine like how much you in fact value that pig. That's not a moral claim. That's not a justified. I think that's just what's happening. But if you start trying to say that, no, actually, I think that, a pig is worth less than a human, and I think that a dog is worth more than a rat, and I ask you why, whatever reason you give, all you've got to do is apply that to a human being and see if that's actually the reason, And a lot of
Yeah, and the only reason he's not vegan is because he's just a selfish jackass.
Be able to say there's no proof of God, except to deny logic, reason, and reality itself, and everything in it. First things first, which God? There's a whole bunch of gods, aren't there? No, there are not. Do not let biologists tell you about mythology. They don't know. About how there's an original pantheon of gods shared the world over by all the mythologies, and that people have been deifying themselves and adding them to the list for thousands of years. Such a simple story. Which God? The Most High. The highest one at the tippy top there. Creator of heaven and earth and all the other lowercase g gods. Do men worship stars? Yeah, they're called angels. Sons of God. In the kingdom of heaven there. But let me tell you why the Most High God, his name is Jesus. If you speak English. Yahshua, if you speak Aramaic. Isa, if you speak Arabic. If you speak etc. His name means specifically, I am salvation. Or I am redeemer. Or God saves. The word God there means I am saves. I am redeems. There's no confusion here as to world religion, mythology, or which God I am speaking about. And it is a false premise to begin with to say, well, I just believe in one less God than you do. Nah, I believe all those gods existed. I'm talking about the one at the top. Ah, but you might say, well, they deified the forces of nature. Wait till you find out scientifically what the forces of nature are in regards to celestial bodies and their effects upon the face of the earth, such as the gravitational pull of the sun and the moon upon the earth's waters and its crusts, in an intricate dance that shapes the face of the earth itself, the forces of nature. That's fundamental. People act like the forces of nature are some unknowable mystery. No, the celestial bodies in our solar system and outside of it are doing that upon the face of the earth. Did you consider that when we're worshiping stars and slaying the sun and the moon and all that? That they are themselves the forces of nature? Anyway, let's get to this proof I'm so confident about. I've already won this debate. It's just too many people have no idea what I just said. Here is absolute proof of the creator of heaven and earth, the maker of man and his redeemer. Jesus said something real simple, and I do mean efficient. He said, except a seed falls into the ground and dies, it abides alone. But if it dies, it brings forth much fruit. What was he talking about? From elementary school science books. He was simply talking about the life cycle. Now, what most fail to understand about this parable is that the seed is not the plant. Notice how the life cycle of the plant begins with the seed, but realize also the seed had a life cycle all its own, and that the seed is fully mature here. Started with coitus, marital relations, and an embryo.
Bootycam, I love you. 015.
Let me see.
Already it started.
Okay, that's the thing.
But it's not.
Heavenly housemates Rebecca and Maysoon are in the luxury bedroom.
I can't believe I just snagged that was safe for day. Well, if nothing else, that'll get me evicted. Oh my gosh! Yeah. Do you have the light?
Alright, thanks for the donation, Burt Man.
Who is right? Well, we'll debate that, and we'll debate this too.
A lot of these men, these podcast hosts on the right, that like to think of themselves as these big masculine men, and what am I getting out of it? I can tell you this.
There's that feminism.
All right, I believe
There's
I'm a
that
woman of
feminism
virtue,
coming
right?
out.
Yeah, there's the feminism. Oh,
I'm sorry. Did you want to speak over me?
yeah, I don't-
Inside of society, right this second, right? Masculinity is not only punished, but also women on the right, covert feminists on the right, are constantly and consistently talking about how they need to have privilege in society. Their version of masculinity is men who take care of us, men who protect us, men who do all of this. Those are all duties that men have towards women. Great. What are the duties that women have towards men?
Well, that became a breakout moment from our adolescence debate, and Andrew Wilson's chilling warning, of course, about the dangers of covert feminism. Well, we have a panel of feminists, covert and otherwise, to debate. The co-founder of Justice for Women and author of Lesbian Where Are We Now, Julie Bindel, the trans rights advocate, Stacia Underwood, the sports journalist and political commentator, Emily Austin, and the host of The Crucible, Andrew Wilson. Well, welcome to all of you. Julie Bindel, let me start with you with this whole issue of trans athletes in women's sport. I've been talking about this, as you have, for many years, and we've reached a point where the current president of the United States has basically announced a total ban on any trans athletes competing in women's sport, including at the upcoming global events happening in the United States, which is great. But it seems to me utterly astonishing that we have John Oliver, who's a fellow Brit, who is on American television, and for 45 minutes seriously trying to argue that people who are born biological males have no advantage over biological females when it comes to sport. How can this still be happening?
It's utterly ludicrous. Either we have women's sports or we don't. Either we recognise that sports are segregated for good reason, or we don't, and we put everybody in together and then see what happens, which is like the bad old days when girls and women wouldn't come forward to compete, or they wouldn't join tournaments. Even if you look at something like poker, which Oliver was joking about, how can this be an issue? How can poker even be discriminatory? There's no strength involved. But the sexist environment of poker tournaments and what men would call joking.
Yeah. This is literally what I was just thinking here. He's making the same face I was making when he heard this. What the fuck is she talking about?
And teasing and the like put many women off competing. And so let's just see what happens if we then decide that there should be no single-sex sports and that women's sports...
Oh my god. So... competitive behavior turns women off of competing. Like, they're clearly not interested in competing if competitive behavior makes them not want to compete. Like, teasing, making fun. Like, just fuck off. Like, if women cannot handle shit like that goes along with competitive sports, then they shouldn't be in competitive sports. The idea that you would need to segregate poker tournaments because somebody's going to be made fun of, like, women should not be in that space then. I hate how society coddles women and makes them worse. The idea, like, look, the reason why men are as, like, strong, smart, capable, like, they have all these fucking qualities, like, heroism, bravery, all these things that we find as, like, exceptional characteristics in a human being. The reason why men have those characteristics is because we had to compete. We have to compete with other men. So the idea that women wouldn't be made better if we created societal standards where they also have to compete, they also have to be smarter, they also have to be stronger, they also have to be more brave and courageous, it benefits everybody. So this idea where we should even segregate things like poker tournaments, because why would we ever expect women to be brave and courageous and competitive and strong? Women are supposed to be pathetic and weak and stupid. Why do we want pathetic, weak, stupid fucking people around us? Why do we want them in society? Why do we want women to be incompetent fucking losers who are afraid of fucking everything? I don't want that. Why are we okay with women being like that? It's fucking annoying, and you end up having relationships with just weak, pathetic fucking idiots who can't take any responsibility for anything. You can't rely on them for anything, and they're just going to be fucking babies. So, yeah, fuck you. Women need to learn to be fucking competitive, get some backbone, and learn to be better fucking people. It's worked out well for men. Women need to have some of that so that they can be better too. Hello, Ruby, $92. Hey, I saw that you reacted to my Jason Blaha, Jan Willett saga vid the other day. Appreciate it. Just uploaded a new one on BitChute where he makes vague threats against you. Would love if you watched.
Big retailers don't want you to have this zoom lens, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. So there's this.
Check out our new chat feature for live stream.
Oh my god. Double ads. I'm just gonna make sure there's no porn in this. Okay, yeah, there's porn. I knew it. Nice try, dipshit. Bertman, donate $2. Let me take a look. Watch 303.
Dogs.
322. These girls aren't even hot. I don't know why anybody even bothers watching them burp. Thanks for the donation, Burp Man.
Were ridiculous to start with, because that's what he's arguing.
Yeah, Stasia, look, as I've repeatedly made clear about my own position, which often gets completely misconstrued, as I think does Julie's, as I think does J.K. Rowling and everybody else, my position is I absolutely respect people who are trans. I respect people who are trans' rights to fairness and equality and safety. I want trans people to have the same fairness, equality and safety that I enjoy, or that my daughter enjoys, for example. So let's be clear about that. Nothing that I'm about to say is what some people try and frame it as transphobic, right? I'm not remotely transphobic. I am fully supportive of trans people's rights to lead the same life as the rest of us. However, and it's a big however, when it erodes, when the battle for trans rights to fairness, equality in particular, but also safety, when that erodes clearly women's rights to fairness and equality and safety, I have a big problem with that. And no place is this more glaring than in the sporting arena, where you see time and again now biological men who identify as trans, who were pretty unsuccessful competing against other biological men, and suddenly they're winning against women or taking Olympic places from women, etc., etc. And I think the UN came up with nearly
Burpman donates $2. My crusty sock would beg to get differ. Like, she's fit and everything, but I don't find that chick all that attractive.
Second on that, so just
right my broke my back. What the Jesus, fuck Megan?
Alright, thanks for the donation, Burpman.
900. I mean, John Oliver tried to ridicule this, but nearly 900 medals around the world, I think, in the last year went to trans athletes in women's sport. This cannot be right. It's not fair. It's not equal. As we saw in the...
So that's not true. 900 medals were not given to trans athletes. He's referencing the fucking random blog website that cataloged anecdotal reports with no actual evidence. This is just self-reporting of women who claimed to have lost a competition to a trans person. The vast majority of these are amateur sports, so I don't know what exact percentage it was, but it's practically every single instance. So well over 90% of these were amateur sports. And when they say medal, one, it's an amateur sport, and they may not have even given out any medals. So these are just participation trophies that you're really getting. So that's a complete lie.
You say women are not competitive. I think The Queen's Gambit on Netflix would. I agree with you on that.
Men are gonna come along and want to teach you things. Doesn't make them any smarter.
Yeah, so this was fake. This never happened, and there's never been a woman who is able to compete with male professional chess players on the highest level. And there's a reason for that. It's not because women have inferior dumb female brains. It's because there's no women who are willing to commit to putting in the kind of work to memorize the moves required to actually be competitive at chess at the highest level. It's as simple as that. There just aren't women who are willing to practice chess 8 hours a day, every single day, and do nothing but practice chess. Women, like, again, because why would they? They don't need to in order to compete with women. Women do not have an interest in competing with men. So if all they have to do is compete with other women, then they don't have to try very hard. When men compete with other men, they actually have to try hard. So that's why. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
The Paris Olympics in the boxing ring, where you had boxers competing who were banned from the World Championships because they had reportedly male chromosomes, and you had women boxers quitting after 40 seconds because they'd never been hit so hard, genuinely fearing they might get killed in the ring.
Bertman, donate $2. Booty come, please donate.
Can you imagine when your girlfriend bobs on your...
Skip 029.
I cannot upload.
All right, thanks for the donation, Bertman.
When it comes to this, we are now reaching, to me, not just an unfair and unequal place in this debate, but a dangerous place in this debate. What do you say to that?
I think it's difficult. I think that there's a lot of emphasis being put on trans people in sports specifically. I made it very clear, like, I am not here to spit facts or spew anything in terms of like statistics or anything like that. I have my lived experience as a trans person. I feel that there's so much attention being put onto this specific subject because what you guys really want underlying is the eradication of trans people and them to not be involved in any system.
No, you see there, look, Stasia,
that is the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life.
Right, it's ludicrous. Where have you got that from? Where is anything I have ever said?
To speak out for others.
I'm more so referring to
I just want to say.
I have seen certain things that you said in other interviews, Piers, with like my friend Wassam and other trans individuals. I just feel that the emphasis that is being put
And what was
on...
transphobic? What have I ever said that could be remotely construed as transphobic or trans-hating or wanting to get rid of trans people? Ever? I challenge you right now. Tell me.
I haven't really directed that at you just from sitting here. I'm more so am just here to say that I feel that the issue that's being pressed is because it's a...
You just directed it at him. What are you talking? You directed it at him.
I think that the issue that is being put on trans athletes is a way to eradicate trans people.
But this is, with respect, this
Piers,
is
can I interject for a moment?
In the 1960s and 70s, when feminists that came before me set up women's shelters, rape crisis centres, hospital wards, prison wings for women, recognising that some men, not all, but a sizable minority, are a threat to women because sexual violence and harassment is a threat. We weren't told by men, not all of them were pleased, but largely they understood. We weren't told by men, you're trying to erase and eradicate men. The vast majority of men understood why we needed to do this.
That has nothing to do with trans sports, by the way.
All we're doing is saying men, and you can call them trans women if you like, but men have no place in women's prisons, domestic violence shelters, and sports.
Well, wait a second. Hang on.
Okay, Emma, you wanted to...
They're trans women, not just men. And sweet. New Muscle Mommy vid. Bertman, donate $2. Please watch all. What would you do if she did this while you were doing doggy style? I'd come on the spot. She has gross farts. And these... Yeah, no, she's gross. That sounds fake. It doesn't sound like it's coming from their microphone. That's fake. Thanks for the donation, Bertman.
Yeah, Andrew, I'm going to come to you. Andrew, I'll come to you one moment. Just let Emily jump in on what you're about to say, I think, to Stasia. Making America healthy again is all the rage, and many people are inspired to put their fitness % with promo code Piers.
Because ultimately, I know many trans people, and I've spoken to them about, playing in women's sports, etc. And the biggest issue they face is that they just want to be accepted. Now, if I was a trans woman and I just wanted to be accepted, I'm going to do the exact opposite of what you're doing. You want to paint all of these labels on you. You want to play identity politics. You want to play the victim, but you want it to be treated as if you're any superior. That's not equality. You receiving special treatment that does not make you equal, but makes you superior to others is not looking to be included. It's actually making people detest your cause. It's making people think that you are a moron. And the way that you're trying to represent the trans community as a whole by just denying that there's a threat and being delusional about it is not helping the trans people. You're making people look at you from the outside and say, wow, they're out of touch with reality.
I think that the verbiage that you use in this statement is very clear on where you stand on trans issues. I'm going to go back to my original point. You guys trying to take out trans people from sports is a way to eradicate trans people from public.
But we're not. We're trying to eradicate lunatics like yourself.
Stasia, nobody has said that. And this is what happens, if you don't mind me saying. What happens, the way...
Like, by the way, they started this whole conversation by bringing up fencing. Like, this is a joke. No one who knows anything about fencing is going to be complaining about trans women. No one. They're going to be complaining about the rules around judging. That is the biggest issue within fencing, not trans women coming into their sport. It does not matter. It does not make a substantive difference. The biggest issue with fencing is fairness in judging, and there's massive political biases and just judges who don't know the fucking rules. It's very hard to interpret the rules because they're so obtuse and stupid. That's the issue within fencing. So if they really wanted to talk about trans inclusion in sports, they would mention something like basketball or boxing or track and field or sports like that, but they can't because trans women aren't even able to compete in those fucking sports anyway. So they have to find like weird niche sports because trans women are banned in everything fucking else at this point. Or they have to bring up amateur sports where you literally just pay to compete and you get a participation trophy. That's all they can do because it's not a fucking issue. Like, anybody with any sense knows men can't compete with women in real sports that require any kind of physicality. So they're already banned from sports. Now they're just complaining about bullshit like fencing. It's clear that they just hate trans people and they want to shit on trans people.
That trans activists let themselves down, in my opinion, and you can respond to this, is that you try and shut down perfectly legitimate, in fact, urgently important debate by saying that anyone who dares to question this is transphobic and wants to get rid of trans people. I don't think anyone...
Let me see.
Consistent. Fencing is arguably one of the oldest sports in the world. Its current form can be directly traced back to historical European dueling practices. It was one of the first sports to be included in the Olympics, which is probably the only time it really appears in the mainstream.
Burp, donate $2, please watch whole vid. Yeah, it's fake. I'm not watching the whole vid. It's clearly fake. Thanks for the donation, Burp.
Consciousness. I love this sport a lot. I've dedicated a lot of my life to it. It's brutal, it's beautifully complex, but as you may have guessed from the title of this video, it is fundamentally broken, built on very unstable foundations which could likely endanger its future. Now, maybe you've seen a bit of fencing before and have probably been a bit confused by it. Don't worry, stick around, I'm going to do my best to explain for everyone. In fencing there are 3 different weapons. With each weapon, different equipment is used and there are different target areas and different rules. Each weapon is pretty much a different sport. The most simple to explain is épée. An épée has a button on the end that, when compressed, turns on a light, indicating that a hit has been made. You can hit any part of the opponent's body from head to toe. If a fencer hits, they get a point. If both fencers hit within 40 milliseconds, then both fencers get a point. There are some other rules like stepping off a piste or other sorts of infringements, but that's pretty much all you need to know to understand what's going on in an épée bout. The simplicity of épée is probably what makes it the most popular weapon, and to be honest, the criticisms I make in...
Or donate $2, you watched the wrong video, it's this one. Well, jackass, you're the one who sent me the vid.
Oops.
To watch VODs where there's no music.
Okay, thanks for the donation, dude.
In this video don't apply quite so much to épée. The problems mostly exist in foil and in sabre. These are the weapons of convention. This means that they are governed by the rules of right of way or priority. The basic idea is that if you are under attack, you should first try and make the opponent's attack fail before you launch your own attack. If you attack into an already established attack, you will lose a point because the initial attack has priority. At a surface level that sounds straightforward enough, but there's a big issue, and that is what actually is an attack. Well, let's look at the rulebook. It gives us some pretty clear rules about how an attack should be properly executed. Things like beginning the extension of the arm before the lunge, or even the approximate angle between the blade and the arm. But if we look at this in practice, it is actually rare to see an actual attack performed as prescribed by the rulebook. Look at this example here. According to the rulebook, the attack is defined as the initial offensive action made by extending the arm and continuously threatening the opponent's target, preceding the launching of the lunge. The fencer on
You know VG, you love animals. It's so strange how the animal kingdom has stronger, more powerful females the human society does. Why is that?
A new hero is rising. Resilient, fierce, and female.
Hyenas are a weird outlier. Zoos actually have a hard time determining which hyenas are male and female, because female hyenas have genitals that look male.
Wait till the world is you should see. Don't call her. Oh.
But I know female lions do most of the hunting, but male lions are bigger and they can easily kill a female lion. But yeah, hyenas are an exception. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
on the right clearly begins extending his arm first, so by the rulebook you would assume that he's the one who gets the point. But no, the referee decides that it was the fencer on the left who initiated his attack first, and so gives him the point. You see, it turns out that no one actually follows the rules, even in cases where they should be pretty clear cut. For example, it pretty clearly states that hits made during or after a fall must be annulled, and yet top-rated FIE referees awarded all of these hits without hesitation. In practice, what we have is kind of like a common law system. Instead of referees making decisions based off of, a codified rulebook, instead we just kind of do our best to copy the kinds of decisions made by top FIE referees, kind of like, your top judges in a court system. So basically what this means is that refereeing is kind of vibes-based. I'm sorry if I've not really given a particularly detailed explanation of the right-of-way rules. It's just something that is so fuzzy that it's kind of really hard to explain. Like, for years I've been trying to...
So, yeah, the point being... fencing has literally no rules. Depending on whether or not a referee likes you or not, you'll get the win. And then here's a group of dudes complaining about a trans athlete competing in fencing. Like, fencing's a joke. And this is the sport. They're like, oh, trans woman, A sport that literally does not follow any fucking rules, and judges will just award points on purely arbitrary basis. Like, whether or not they like you or not.
One so far on this panel has said they want to get rid of trans people or anything like it, and yet you keep saying you people all want to get rid of trans people. Why do you believe that? Where have you got that from? You cite my interviews with some of your friends, but where have I said anything remotely that could be construed as transphobic? I don't get it.
I think the verbiage that was being used, it's very clear you guys stand on all trans issues.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
So what is the solution for the trans people that are playing sports? What's the solution for them? We're just supposed to kick them out all entirely?
Let me give you the solution. Let me give you the solution. The solution is very straightforward. Almost all of them competed against biological men like themselves before, but they did it far less successfully. So you either go back, trans women athletes either compete against their biological sex, or you create an entirely new category for trans athletes. What you don't do is allow them to destroy the integrity of women's sport, which is what is happening. So it's very straightforward how you solve this. I don't want trans people to be banned from playing sport. I just want them to be banned, like I did with the dopers when they were cheating in sport. I want them to be banned from utilizing an unfair advantage.
Using steroids does not give you an unfair advantage. If everyone's allowed to use steroids, then that's fair. Banning steroids causes unfair competition because there's going to be people who have access to designer drugs that can't be detected. That's what happened with the drug called the Clear, where all these athletes were taking the steroid that had no fucking detection with the previous testing methods, and they were able to cheat, get away with it with absolutely zero repercussions. There's also athletes that have access to like top chemists who are able to have them take steroids and get away with it just because of the way the testing protocols are done. So they're able to take things like bioidentical hormones and periodize their drug use to skirt testing. And there's also just like blatant high-level cheating where you can just pay off some of these drug enforcement officers to not test you, and then you can take all the drugs you want and then never get fucking caught because you paid off all the people involved in testing. So not allowing people to take drugs is facilitating cheating, whereas letting everyone take all the drugs they want makes a completely fair playing field. That's why, like, strongman, powerlifting, way more fucking fair than Olympic sports. Oh, hey, oh wait, is that the real John Bravo? Is that just some jackass and shit? Yeah, it's just some jackass and shit.
It's simple as that.
I think.
Can I ask her a question? Would you think it's fair if Novak Djokovic identified as a woman and then played Serena Williams in a tennis set? Do you think that would be fair to Serena Williams, who worked her whole life to become a star tennis player, just to get swept by Novak, who's the #1 men's tennis player? I just want to know if you think that that's fair.
But I just think that their question is ridiculous because
Why is it ridiculous?
It's not ridiculous at all.
I see how it's trying to be framed. I'm going to keep going back to my original point. Your guys' excessive attention on wanting to remove trans people from sports and have them play in their biological sex, which makes no sense because even in John Oliver's interview,
or in their own category,
in the category that would make sense.
This woman is like fat as fuck, never played a sport in her life, and then she's like lecturing people on how sports should be conducted.
Category.
There's not enough of them to create a category. Like the percentile is so small.
Actually, there actually are an increasingly large number of trans athletes around the world. Actually, it's not true. Andrew.
So with international competition, it may be feasible to have trans divisions, but when you're talking about even on a national level, it would be impossible.
You've been waiting very patiently, thank you. This seems to me, this whole debate so far highlights the way this debate has been framed now for years, which is that any attempt to question what is obviously grotesquely unfair and unequal, and indeed unsafe, is branded transphobic, even when there's no evidence to suggest that the people saying it are transphobic.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, basically everybody in this panel is wrong. So to start with, this person says, well, you know, the thing is you just want to erase transgender people altogether, Piers, and then says, I wasn't saying that, Piers. I wasn't saying.
Anonymous Donatillers, what do you think of the burps? Did you say you found them disgusting and gross? Why? And I noticed you burp on stream a lot too, but they're really small ones. Do you know it's possible to burp for 10 seconds?
It's nice to know that if I ever have to take a dump while I'm out, you'll let me come use your patio.
A lot of those burps you send me just sound gross for some reason. I don't know why. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
That you want to erase trans people, not you specifically, when clearly that's what you were saying. At least get behind the statements that you're making. The TERF starts out by saying, well, I've been here reinforcing women's rights this entire time, right? And then the TERF says, right on top of that, well, but, you know, poker's very misogynistic. She can't wait to dunk on men. Very first thing she does is dunk on men in order to somehow elevate women, right? You're all insane. The truth is that the only reason that this happens to begin with is because women vote for it. They vote for it. They vote blue. They vote left. They vote in the same politicians who get behind all of this stuff. You're the deciding vote, right? And you have empowered women to do that as much as possible for the political process to do that. All of you are responsible for this.
Women make bad decisions and then blame men for it. That's just what they do. They'll vote in a way that allows men or trans women to compete in women's sports, and then they'll all complain about it. One of the best examples of that was this volleyball league in Australia. There was a woman who is the head of this volleyball league. She had this like radical feminist idea that there's no biological differences between men and women that would give men an advantage in sport. So she allowed men to compete in the women's volleyball league. So then, of course, there was a men's team that formed in the women's volleyball league. They won every single game by massive fucking landslides. And then all these women started complaining, well, why are these men competing in the league? It was the woman who decided this. So they blame men for things that fucking women did. Like, why are you blaming the fucking men for competing when it's part of the fucking rules?
Every last one of you.
Really glad that you're so proud.
Vote for Trump. Yeah. Leave me out of this one. I'm good.
Well, we'll see.
Well, that's what Andrew kept saying, all of you. Do you include Emily, Andrew, or not?
Well, I just assumed it. I just assumed it. But this is the truth. The truth is, we begin with these crazy ideas, right? Under patriarchal rule, under men, this would never have happened, right? If you look at how men vote, they vote against this nonsense. And it's fathers who are on the front lines against it. It's women who are trying to transition the children, not men. Give me a case example of where male fathers are trying to transition their kids. It doesn't exist. It's a female-only phenomenon. Literally a female-only phenomenon.
That is insane.
Yeah, show me.
So that's not true. There are fathers that are supportive of their either sons or daughters transitioning.
Show me one male father who's fighting in the courts to transition their son to a girl.
Actually,
Nowhere.
I made a podcast series
I see men on
about this.
TikTok that are diseased.
I interviewed quite a few fathers that are pushing for this. But the point is that this is something that benefits men, and it's men that are the ones that are saying they're women. They are all of a sudden the oppressed, and feminists like me are the oppressor, and that they're too weak and pathetic to.
There are women who transition to male and then want to compete in men's sports. The only reason it never gets any coverage is because nobody cares. There's obviously practical reasons for that, because trans men don't have an advantage in men's sports. They have a disadvantage. So obviously on that basis, there's not going to be any kind of political incentive to complain about it. But I think this also has a lot to do with homophobia. Again, like, these people are complaining about trans women competing in women's poker tournaments. They're complaining about trans women competing in women's pool tournaments. These are sports where there's no physical advantage whatsoever. None. The only advantage that men have is a competitive advantage, meaning they're just going to spend more time actually practicing their sport. That's it. So, like again, this is just homophobia. Plain, or not homophobia, transphobia, plain and simple.
Should women not be allowed to have a greater muscle weight ratio in their weight group because their increased strength could lead to a dangerous outcome? This is Piers' logic.
Similar issues have happened. So you should look up some, it's primarily black athletes that this has happened to. There were a number of women, most of them coming out of some African countries, that were playing track and field. And apparently they had a genetic mutation where they have lower aromatase activity in their body, and it makes them more male or have more male characteristics, but they're biologically female. The Olympic Athletic Committee tried to ban them from competing from women's sports because even though they were women, they were too male to have, to compete. That ruling ended up being overturned, and they were later allowed to compete. But there is that weird issue in women's sports where, yes, the more male a female athlete is, the bigger of an advantage they'll have. There's actually a huge correlation between women who have polycystic ovarian syndrome who are particularly good at their sport. So women who produce more testosterone, women who are, do have more male characteristics are obviously going to have an advantage. And there is a kind of debate over how male can a woman be before it's unfair for them to compete. And there's not exactly any right answer, but I mean, if we're going to separate these categories based on male-female, like female being producing female gametes, male being producing male gametes, it doesn't really matter how male a woman is. As long as they produce female gametes, then they should be able to compete, right? But no, women have actually been banned from women's sports because they have more testosterone than a normal woman. A lot of this also has to do with racism, too. I don't think it's any surprise that these women were black African women, and they ended up being banned. If they were white women from a country like the United States or Germany or Sweden or, you know, whatever, would they be banned? Probably not, right? So there's a lot of stupid politics in sports, dude. Barp donated $2. Please watch all second half as Big Nose Girl.
Don't make it strange. Because it's like, I'm too young for one side, too old for one, so they're my... Oh, Lena snores.
That sounded so forced. Excuse me. My minor in marketing.
Well, in 1995, Flex Wheeler was winning all the shows he went to. Actually, it was 1994. And I remember when I was in college, I was always the smartest guy in my class. But if I wasn't the smartest, I would go study with the smartest guy to increase my grade. So I'm gonna take that same philosophy with Flex. So I went to Flex's room, and I'm like, Flex, man, I'm tired of getting my butt whooped. I hear you guys are taking the juice. And he's like, yeah, man, if you want to get up there with the big dogs, you got to do what the big dog do. So I'm like, well, what do you do? Well, Flex named out a whole bunch of steroids that they take. He said, I got a buddy that can get everything for you. So I'm like, okay. My first time ever having anything to do with drugs was 1995. And that's when I won my first pro show. And I'm like, okay, I guess Flex was on point.
All right, thanks for the donation, Barp. Sadie N-word donated $2. You also can't be pro-white and defend Hitler's rampages against Slavs. Yep. Can't be anti-woke while being gay or transgender. Is Douglas Murray gay? Yeah, I can... Blair White is just a complete fucking clown. Putin promotes mixed marriages as the basis of Russian national unity.
Александр Македонский, после того, как захватил Иран, он стимулировал смешанные браки. Стимулировал, как бы почти искусственно. А у нас все происходит естественным образом. На протяжении веков, на бытовом генетическом уровне, это создает огромную подушку безопасности и является базой нашего межнационального и межконфессионального единства. Александр Македонский.
first of all, Russia has a declining birth rate, just like every other country. But worse yet, Russia already had a demographic crisis after World War II, since so many men died in World War II. And now they're going to war with fucking Ukraine, and not only have many men died fighting in Ukraine, all of the most productive men who are most likely to have children because they're wealthier and smarter, they all left. So they have a massively reduced male population that are even possible of that even have the possibility of having kids. So he's really trying to ramp up marriage and kids as much as he possibly fucking can, because he knows Russia's not even going to exist in a few decades because nobody's going to be having kids. There's very little difference between Jackson Hinkle and Nick Fuentes. Both are Israel-obsessed Muslim bootlicking third worldists. Both shill mass homicide in Ukraine by Islamo shill Vladimir Putin. Groyperism is communism. Base take. Putin is pleased with the Islamization of Russia. Moscow is pleased with the growth of the Islamic population, Putin says. Russia builds more than 8,000 mosques, Islamic schools in 20 years. Oh, so much for, Putin-based white nationalism. These people are just fucking clowns. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Burp, booty cum, please donate. Donate $2.
Excuse me. Ooh, that was so good.
Excuse me. Eating my dad's.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, wait.
Oh, Jesus. Oh. Okay, guys. Okay.
Who the hell watches these? Like, she's not attractive. She's just gross.
Too late. Nice guitar.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dude.
To fight
You
and play
voted for
against other men. And what do?
You
They
vote left?
come and beat up on women.
Do you vote left, ma'am?
I don't know what vote left means.
Do you vote for the left-wing party of your
Do you vote for
nation?
Democrats?
Do you vote for
I'm
what would be
I'm a
considered
British-
the Democrats of your nation?
No, I wouldn't have voted for the Democrats. I would not have voted for the disgrace of that party, and I also wouldn't have voted for Trump. But the point is,
If we look,
I
hang on,
believe
yeah,
in
let me finish. We'll follow
we
up.
live in
Very
a different
very quickly.
we live in a different
response.
context
What I'm
here.
saying to you is this: it's very simple. If you look at the voting patterns of women in both the UK and the United States, they're usually the deciding vote when it comes to degeneracy. That
That's not got to
includes
do with
when
anything.
it includes on the trans issue. So here you are. It's the very thing that you push for empowerment of women that is now causing your very problem. You have to now convince women. Men are already there. Men have already said, nope, we don't
Apart
want
from
this.
the
We never
men
wanted
that are
it. It's
claiming
garbage.
to be women.
Yeah, apart from the women who are claiming to be men, which now it's almost equalized. Remember that part, right? This phenomenon, though, is categorically rejected by men and reinforced by women. And turfs like you did everything that you could possibly do in order to push that. You did.
Is a 50-pound dumbbell shoulder press good? It's okay. I wouldn't say it's particularly good. An adult male 50-pound shoulder press is, like, okay. It's not, like, outstanding.
Everything you could do to push that. And now you get to reap the whirlwind. So I don't care if women in their sports teams are getting their teeth kicked in. I don't care. Reap what you sow. As you sow, so shall you reap. And
You
you
seem
get
a nice
exactly what you
person.
deserve.
You seem like a lovely person.
I'm sorry that you have to deal with the consequences of your own actions.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask for only one thing: subscribe and Hartford Gold. secure his debate with Tommy Lahren last week after accusing her of being a covert feminist. Let's remind people of that clip which went viral.
Most men are born to be protectors and providers. I can't imagine my dad saying, you know what, to my mom, you know what, I'm not going to be a protector and a provider unless you do this. That's not how real men operate. Real men are protectors and providers, and they marry women who hopefully have some virtue, but also bring a lot to the table as well, that are great mothers, great wives, caretakers of the home. There's nothing wrong with being a traditional wife and mother.
So, Emily, what do you say? Are you a covert feminist like Tommy? Did you agree with Andrew's assessment?
I'm not a covert feminist. I am very outwardly, you know, the word feminism's been hijacked by like the woke left who uses it as an excuse for psychotic women and liberals to scream on the streets, we want equal rights when we have equal rights. I'm more so an empowered woman who encourages other women to, you know, be independent, work hard, chase your dreams. And that doesn't come at the expense of being feminine. It doesn't come at the expense of now as a feminist, you need to eradicate all men. I don't think everything is so black or white. Listening to that debate, they spoke a bit about gender roles. And here's my take on that. If you're going to have gender role expectations for your man, that's a personal choice. Emily Austin has high expectations of her man. He has to be working hard. He should be successful. He should, you know, pay attention to how I feel. Like there should be certain gender roles. He has to provide for the family, not solely, but he should be providing for his family. These are gender rules. As a woman, I learned how to cook. I know how to clean. My grandmother always tells me, my mother tells me, Emily, you're going to be a good wife. You're going to be loyal. You're going to be supportive. You're going to act like a lady. Now, there's many women who don't want to play that into the gender roles, which is fine. But then don't expect your man to go out and become masculine. I think it's equal. Like set the expectation and then date people who meet your expectation. But in terms of covert feminism, is first of all, it's such a silly term. Either you support women or you don't. And I'm not talking about the trans argument right now. That's
not only is it not a silly term, it is true that most of the political pundit women on the right are covert feminists. And I'll just ask you the same exact question I asked Tommy.
Because the word feminism got hijacked.
Let me finish the question. Let me finish the question. No, I'm talking about all the way back to first wave feminism. Okay, you are feminist, and I'll explain by asking you the same question. If it is men's duty in society to procure, refine, protect resources, which then women and children are the primary beneficiaries of, which they are, what societal duty which is equal to that do women have? What is it?
Women, we're going to have children. Men will never understand the burden of carrying a child.
So you have a duty to
I expect women to be able to cook and clean.
Wait, so you have a...
Guess what? I live on my own. I cook and clean. Like... Oh my god. This is just such a joke. I love how all women can fucking say is, oh, I cook and clean. Okay. So basically everything that a man does, we cook and clean too. Burp donated $2.
Someone made a burping compilation of me on YouTube. So this is a YouTube burp video compilation of me just for me. The fact that I've got. Oh my god.
I fucking hate those lip piercings. They're so fucking gross. I don't care how hot a chick is, if she has lip piercings, just no. Skip to 122.
It's an abomination. Fucking disgusting pig.
Dude, who in the hell is watching this shit? It's just so weird. Like, I don't get it. It's not my type. Everybody's into their own thing. I don't get it.
Hey, huh, chat?
Okay, thanks for the donation, Burp.
I
Women
believe
have
we do.
duty to
Absolutely.
reproduce? Okay,
Absolutely.
great. So that's the one
Absolutely
duty
we do.
that's on par. Great. So that's one duty that's on par with that. I totally agree. Are they? Or is it the case that in every single
Most
nation in the
women,
West,
I
we are
assume, are
under
having
reproductive
kids.
rates in every single one of them? In every single
Agreed.
nation in the West, we are lower than where we need to be for reproduction. So it seems that men are fulfilling their social duty and women are not. And the problem with the right is that the right doesn't ever address this, and right-wing females never address this. Instead, they say
think
it's
we do.
equal. Work and mother.
I don't know how Andrew can claim this. So first of all, he has like this weird Christian perspective that people should only have children once they're married. That's going to be a huge roadblock for having children, because if he thinks there needs to be a social standard where you can only have kids after you're married, that's going to reduce the amount of people who end up having kids. Secondly, like, these decisions are made by couples. Like, couples are just choosing not to have kids or have kids later. So it's not that women aren't fulfilling their duty of having kids. They're making that decision as a couple not to have kids. And as far as women not having kids if they're not married, well, that's what Andrew wants them to do anyway. So that's just ridiculous. As women, as far as like this idea that, okay, men are expected to like protect and provide, and that's their duty, but women are failing in their duties, you can't use them not having kids as a failure of their duty. Because again, these are decisions that couples are making on their own. I would say women, by and large, are failing in their duties by being fucking annoying, just insufferable cunts. Bro, like some of my family members, like my mom came over this weekend. She was talking about her brother, my uncle, like the shit he was dealing with before he got divorced. Holy fuck, his wife was a bitch. They're just, like, there's no societal expectation for women to just be sensible fucking people. They're just allowed to get away with everything, and there's no accountability.
Motherhood are equal.
Barps are hot. Donate $2. Don't you want tentacle porn? Lol.
It's whole experience. All right.
I've came to burps at least 5,000 times in my life, easily at least.
It's whole experience.
Wait, that's the same link.
It's whole
isn't it?
experience.
Yeah, it's the same link.
It's.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Barps are hot. Bro, like, here's an example. I wouldn't say my relationship with Jasmine was particularly violent. It wasn't. Like, we didn't have any huge issues with, like, you know, us actually getting into physical fights. But Jasmine did hit me and attack me. At the beginning of her relationship, she had a bad habit of punching me, and for not really any good reason. If she was, like, even, like, just mild disagreements of, like, somebody misplaced something, like, where are the light bulbs? And it's like, oh, I thought they were in the closet, and then, like, you must have moved them, or something like that. She would punch me. And to her credit, she stopped doing that. I told her, like, look, it's inappropriate. Like, she couldn't hit anywhere near hard enough to hurt me. And she would never punch me in the face. She'd, like, punch me in the stomach or something. But, like, I took, like, huge offense to that somebody who was in a romantic relationship would even think about trying to, like, punch me. So I tried to work things out by telling her, like, look, you can't do that. I find it really hurtful that you'd ever think of, like, hitting me like that. And to her credit, she stopped. But no one's going to take that seriously, like me complaining about my wife punching me. But if I were punching her, I'd get canceled. Like, my career online would be, like, fucking done. The worst that ever happened was we got into some heated argument, and I just wanted to leave, take a walk, calm down. So I just put on my shoes, and I went to the door, and then Jasmine wouldn't let me leave. And I said, no, I'm leaving. I'm going to take a walk. I can't deal with this right now. She didn't want me to leave, so she literally jumped on my fucking back and tried to wrestle me down to the fucking floor because she was so adamant on me not fucking leaving and taking a walk to calm down. Like, again, if I did that to her and she just wanted to take a walk and leave and calm down, and I, like, literally tackled her to the fucking ground and said, no, you're not leaving, people would take that way more fucking seriously than she doing that to me. So where women are failing in their fucking duties in society is just not being, like, they're just not expected to be sensible people. It's the man's responsibility to be sensible. It's the man's responsibility to talk things out, be calm, not resort to violence. Women aren't expected to do that. Women are, like, treated like fucking retarded children, and they can just get away with anything and do whatever the fuck they want. My uncle was dealing with not quite the same thing in his relationship. It was more emotional abuse. He ended up having kidney stones and had really severe back pain, and he could barely walk up the stairs. His wife was making fun of him walking up the stairs. Aha, you're like an old man. Oh, that's so pathetic. You can't even walk up the stairs. He had, like, really bad kidney stones, and he had such severe fucking back pain, he could barely walk, and his wife was making fun of him for it. If that was a dude making fun of his wife and being emotionally abusive like that, like, again, if anybody heard of that shit online, they'd be canceled. So where women are failing in their duties is they're just failing as people. They're not expected to act like sensible adults. And part of the blame is men. Men aren't fucking demanding women act like fucking sensible people. No one's doing it. Women aren't holding women accountable, and men aren't holding women accountable. Because we just created the societal standard that, oh, well, women are fucking stupid. Like, of course they're gonna act like that. They're just dumb fucking women who can't do fucking shit. Kid boot on each layer. Society treats women like toddlers. They're coddled and they have very low standards for their poor behavior. Also, my nigga Trump still pushing good. White House releases results of Trump's annual physical exam. 78 years old, height 75 inches. So he's 6'3". Resting heart rate 62 beats per minute. That's a little surprising. His resting heart rate is that low. I would have expected it to be in the mid-70s because of how out of shape he is. He may be on meds, or his low heart rate is a result of his age. That could be an indication that he's actually in poor health. Because, like, a resting heart rate of 62 is good, but considering how out of shape and fat he is, and how little he exercises, that might be an indication that he's likely going to have heart failure soon. Blood pressure, 128/74. That's slightly elevated. He may be on blood pressure meds. Wouldn't surprise me if he was. Pulse, oximetry, 98% on room air. That's fine. Temperature, 98.6. Eyes, normal. Head, no significant abnormalities. Neck, thyroid, lymph nodes, normal. Pulmonary. Lungs were clear on examination. Cardiac examination revealed a regular heart rate, rhythm with normal heart sounds. EKG, echocardiogram, revealed no abnormalities. Heart function normal. Healthy, normal, ejection fraction. Gastrointestinal, normal. No abnormalities. Skin examination revealed some minor sun damage. Lives in Florida. Total cholesterol 140, LDL 51. He's almost certainly on cholesterol lowering meds. His B12 is a little low. It's technically in the normal reference range, but it's a little low. How much did... Somebody said they found he weighed 225 or something? Yeah, 224. I find that hard to believe. Yeah, if this is accurate and these results aren't made up, he's certainly on meds. Very hard to believe somebody who's as overweight as he is would have an LDL of 51. Like, he eats McDonald's all the fucking time, too. And his HDL is 77. Like, if he's eating that much trans fat and shit from McDonald's, you'd expect his HDL to be lower. So this could be completely fabricated. It wouldn't surprise me. And again, the guy does not look like he's 225. He's 6'3", so he's the same height as me, and he's fat as shit. I know his body composition is different, but I would have expected him to be like at least 250. He might have lost weight recently. I know RFK actually he kind of slipped up. He accidentally alluded to the idea that Donald Trump may be on Ozempic. So yeah, I think he did actually lose weight. He's probably on Ozempic, and again, likely other medications, considering his blood pressure's pretty good and his LDL is very low. So he's probably just on a bunch of meds. He may be 225. He might have lost a significant amount of weight with Ozempic. Thanks for the donation, though. Kid Boo sent that, right? Yeah, Kid Boo. Burp donated $2. Oh shit, it's coming out now, damn. What other shit can you tell us? Tell more, please, and I'll stop donating burps. Like, I mean, there's not much else to say. Again, like, to Jasmine's credit, she did stop. It's not like that was happening throughout the entire duration of the relationship, but... Like again, there's no societal expectation for women to act responsibly in a relationship. If a man ever did that, they'd be absolutely fucking destroyed. They'd lose their job. They'd get lambasted on the internet, on social media. They'd lose friends. When women do this shit, nothing happens. No one holds women accountable. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Alt media hack Glenn Greenwald admits his journalistic mission since 28 is whitewashing Russia. Yep. So Russia wants more kids bred so that he can build up his army. That's why he is cozying up to Islam, because he figures Muslims are going to have more kids. That's the only reason he's being friendly to Islam right now. Like, by the way, this is after a string of really fucking heinous Islamic terrorist attacks in Russia. Like, that's the only explanation he'd be cozying up to Islam. Americans overwhelmingly agree that more Americans should work in manufacturing, but they definitely don't want to work in manufacturing themselves. Why people like the assembly line LARP, I have no idea. Yeah. I would be better off if I worked in a factory, like just above 20%. And like, again, these are probably people that are completely and utterly unemployed, or they have the shittiest jobs imaginable, and they only figure they'd be making more money in an assembly line versus like being a cashier at Walmart or something. It's just outrageously fucking stupid. Americans are dumbasses, dude. Lukashenko invites 150,000 Pakistanis to work in Belarus amid labor shortages. Yep. Well, Russia is slowly but surely becoming like the UK. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Going Anders, donate $2, listen with audio. Beautiful. Ow. That cat very aggressively wants food. Who will win?
We gonna teach you how to build. Rockin' in this Civic and don't fuss about attention.
I think the cat's gonna win. I would say the cat wins. Who you choose? Probably that one. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders. Burp donate $2. Oh, jokes aside, why'd you stay with her so long? Gee, she's awful. Had an ex-wife like that, and I lasted 2 years with her. Well, I was able to work through some of those problems. Like, again, I didn't take any of the fights we had particularly seriously. Like, I'm very good with dealing with conflicts. Like, okay, you fight and then you move on. I don't hold it against anybody. So we were able to work through that problem she had with like hitting and attacking me, and she stopped. So things were pretty okay for a while. But consistently throughout the entire relationship, she had a really low, shitty mood. And she would just act like a downer a lot. And again, I didn't really hold it against her too much because I also had really bad depressive problems, so I thought it was hypocritical of me to like complain about her having kind of a shitty mood when I also a lot of the time had a shitty mood. I would just try my best to not bring her down with my bad mood. I don't think she tried as hard as I did, because anytime we'd go out and she was in a not so great mood, she would just really make it obvious. But again, I thought it was still hypocritical of me to complain about that. But what really broke things was she was just fucking lazy, and she expected so much of me, but then she didn't have to do shit. I had to pay for everything. I had to make sure I work every day. I had to make sure I made money. She'd even start demanding that I, like, do the dishes, do the laundry, clean the house. and she would do fucking nothing but play video games all day. And I got fed up and I told her, you are getting a job and you're paying for some of the shit that you have, like your car, the horse, and some of your little expenses. And 2 months after that, she said, I think I'm done. So, yeah, we're done now, but, you know, whatever. I'm just here chilling, enjoying life, and she's got her own life, so. Thanks for the donation, Burp. CDG Donate $2 says what meds he's on in the past, in the last page, dude. Please read the whole thing. Oh, let me see. What meds is he on? Pertinent past medical history, hypercholesterolemia. So he is on, yeah. So he's on some cholesterol-lowering meds, seasonal allergies, history of COVID-19, well-managed rosacea, so he's likely on some sort of immunosuppressant, I think. Actinic keratosis. I don't know what that is. Benign nevi diverticulitis and a benign colon polyp. Appendectomy, age 11, bilateral cataract surgery. I don't know he had cataract surgery. Lifelong abstinence from tobacco, alcohol, current medications. Rosuvastatin, cholesterol control. So statin. Azatimbe, cholesterol control. Aspirin, cardiac prevention. Memotisone cream as needed for skin condition. Memetazone. It's a corticosteroid. Okay. They may have left out Ozempic. I think they likely left out Ozempic. I mean, he could have just lost weight on his own. It's possible, but knowing Trump, very likely on Ozempic. But yeah, there's no fucking way in hell he could get his cholesterol low enough to be that low if he wasn't on meds. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
I never got a good vibe from her ever since you described a Facebook convo how you said you expressed you didn't like people and she was very quick to reply, yay me too. How you gonna not like people and wanna be with people? Da fuck? I dunno. Bad vibes.
I don't see that as a red flag. Like, most people do suck. Bro, I just went down to the bar to pick up some French fries. This weekend, I'm eating at, like, a normal caloric intake, so I went out to eat with my mom. I'm just eating more this weekend because, like, my blood pressure dipped so low, I was fainting. I almost, like, smashed my head on the fucking counter and shit. So I went down to the bar to pick up some French fries, and oh my fucking god, there were two dudes there that were, like, starting a fight. They were both drunk and shit, just saying stupid crap, just talking completely incoherently. Like, so many people are just fucking annoying. So I don't see that as a big red flag, but, you know, I think some of her behavior I was kind of oblivious to because I grew up in a household where some of these fights and shit were normal. But yeah, I know more now. If I met a chick with, you know, similar behavior, I'd kind of know what to look out for. But thanks for the donation, sorry not sorry. Or Stoic Man, I mean.
I remember when I mentioned in chat that Jasmine seemed like she was just gold digging VG and she replied in chat, you won't win this fight, trust me. And you were like, let me take care of this babe. Guess that didn't age well. Cringe. Who won, bitch?
Alright, well I guess you won. Thanks for the donation, sorry not sorry.
Trainer Winnie, a fitness YouTuber with 600k subs, made a diet tier video, where he talked about how eating a plant-based diet is a bad idea for making gains. Wondering if you can react. The vegan part starts at 11:45.
Vegan diet. The vegan diet.
Yeah, just as I thought. I can guarantee this guy is either fat as fuck and out of shape or a skinny fucking weakling. Imagine having a fucking fitness channel where you never show what you look like, ever. It's not like this guy makes political content where, yeah, you may not want to share your face because you don't know how, like, friends and family might react to you. There's issues with political content when it comes to doxing, you know, like Destiny and shit. You know, people like that get swatted all the time. You have a fucking fitness channel. And rather than showing any of your own progress, any of your own lifts, you literally just make like a cartoon character. So this guy is either weak, skinny, absolute fucking shrimp, or he's some out of shape fat fuck who barely fucking lifts. And then here he is talking shit about, oh, vegan diet's gonna make you weak. Easy to say that when you never show what you fucking look like, right?
Diet eliminates all the animal products, so no meat, no eggs, no dairy, and not even honey. It entirely focuses on plant-based foods. And as you might know, plant-based foods are notoriously known for being very low-quality protein sources.
Yeah, right. That's all the low-quality protein right there.
So actually being a vegan bodybuilder is really difficult. It's like playing a game on a hard...
Right, this is coming from a guy who can't even show what he looks like. Where's the gains, dude?
difficulty while being permanently on 1 HP. Oh, and also your monitor is turned...
Okay, well, I benched 410 pounds. What do you bench? Show us your lifts.
Turned off. But the fact that it's difficult doesn't mean that it's impossible. But to execute this properly, it's truly a challenge. Yes, the protein from plant-based sources is generally of the lower quality. And it's of lower quality.
Yes, that's why I'm not ashamed to show what I look like online, but you won't show what you look like. You have a stupid cartoon character.
Because it doesn't contain all the necessary amino acids. So
oh, I don't get all the necessary amino acids, so how am I not dead yet?
Your body cannot fully utilize all of the protein amount you give it, simply because the proteins are incomplete.
Right, so how am I not dead?
But thankfully this can be solved by eating a wide variety of plant-based foods.
So this is a myth, by the way. You don't need to do that.
Because some plant-based foods are richer in one amino acids than the other ones. Meaning that when you consume a wide variety of plant-based proteins, all of the amino acids will combine to create a more complete protein that your body can actually fully utilize to build muscle. This is the only saving grace for vegans. But as I said, it requires a ton of effort and preparation. Life is just so much easier.
So again, this guy is a weak, skinny, and or fat fuck. If he wasn't, he would show what he looks like. if this guy looked jacked, was impressive, had good lifts, he'd show what he looks like because he'd make more money. If, like, that's how you make your money as a fitness YouTuber. There's a reason why channels like Jeff Nippard, Mike Israetel, you name it. Even people like Jesse James West, who's not a particularly big dude, but he does have a good physique. There's a reason why they're some of the biggest fitness YouTubers. It's because they actually look good. They may not be the strongest on the planet, but they're decently strong. They have good physiques. That's how they make their money. This guy will not show what he looks like because he knows if he shows what he looks like, he will make less money because everything he says gets completely invalidated by him being weak, skinny, and or fat. So you're full of shit. You talk all this crap about vegan diets, but you suck. So put your money where your mouth is, show your fucking lifts. You're a fucking loser.
If you are not a vegan, that's just a fact. And of course, you will once again have to supplement with a lot of things you simply cannot get from your diet. What you should take away.
Oh, really? Cool story, dude. I take a simple multivitamin right now. And I supplement with B12 and vitamin D. So, does that sound like a ridiculous supplement routine? That's what most people do.
Away from this video is that the best type of diet will always be the one that your body feels good on. If you put yourself through.
Okay, so I feel good eating nothing but McDonald's, so that's the best type of diet?
Some arbitrary dietary restriction for absolutely no reason, it's kind.
Like, by the way, this idea that if you feel good on a diet, it's good for you is fucking ridiculous. You can talk to people who have, you can talk to so many obese people. They end up getting, like, headaches and shit from dieting. That's not uncommon. One of the reasons why people have issues dieting, it's not just because of, like, food cravings or them having, like, no self-control whatsoever. Some people do get weird effects from dieting where they end up getting headaches and crap. It may be due to stuff like blood pressure changes that they're very sensitive to. Could be something to do with, like, neurotransmitters, where, like, they end up producing, like, way less dopamine and stuff. And they end up getting headaches from it. But this doesn't tell you anything. The way you determine whether or not a diet is good is the results you get from the diet. Feelings are just feelings. Feeling good or bad is kind of irrelevant. Like, anybody can feel any way from doing anything. Some people feel good after raping kids. Is that good for them? Is that good for anybody? So, looking at whether or not a diet leads to weight loss or weight gain, whether it increases or reduces heart disease, diabetes, cancer risk, whether or not it is conducive to, like, muscle growth, athletic performance, that's how you determine whether or not a diet is good or bad, not from just some subjective feeling of, I feel good, I feel bad. It's very easy to, like, you would expect, like, an optimal, ideal diet may make you feel kind of bad because you're not going to have access to some of the foods you enjoy. You are going to likely have to restrict calories and kind of get stressed out from that. And there's also going to be benefits and downsides to any sort of dietary pattern. Like, a dietary pattern that is maybe ideal for producing the most amount of strength possible might also be a diet that increases blood pressure and gives you headaches and nosebleeds. Like, that is possible. Like, there's a reason why in strongman, they all have high blood pressure. They all have to go on blood pressure meds. And that's probably not just from the drugs they're taking, but also from the stupid diets they have to follow. So this guy is just an idiot, doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And again, if he was shit, he would show what he looks like. But this guy is just a out of shape fucking loser tool who's weak and looks like shit, and that's why he uses these stupid cartoon figures. And nowhere on social media does he ever even show what he looks like. Never even shows one pic of his body, just obscuring his face. He is such a fucking coward, he can't even show one single pic of his body. Won't even, like, blur out his face. So you're a fucking loser, you know it, and all you can do is talk shit. So fuck that guy. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. CDG donated $2. You're actually right. That's why I donate to you, because I like fapping to your big biceps. Well, thank you, CDG. I appreciate that. Going Anders donated $2. I'm convinced you are Somali after watching. Watch full.
Yeah, well, open the freaking door. Your son beat up my son today. This is totally wrong. What do you mean? He is older than my son. Listen to me. Hey, don't call cops. I'm coming. No, I don't need to call cops. I'm very pissed off. So tell me what's up. You wanna fight or you wanna negotiate? All right. I will tell my kids not to touch your kid, okay? Okay, my friend. Good.
Is that like real audio of something that happened? At least they resolved that peacefully. You on Discord.
Help me, my computer have a problem, you get me? Okay, double click on my computer. When I try to go the the Explorer, it's not working. No, click on my computer. It cannot happen this to me. I wanna apply job on the computer. There is an icon labeled my computer on your computer. Double click it. If you don't fix this computer, I will fix you. Double click on your computer. Hell no, I only have 3 weeks. Are you sick? Yes, help me, my computer.
That sounds like a normal tech support conversation. I had a friend who worked in tech support, and he told me some of the craziest fucking stories. People would complain that they can't get to Google, and then he'd go through the process on how to open up the internet browser and go to Google. And then they literally didn't believe him that Google was just a website where you can search things. And he'd have to go into like a 10-minute conversation about what Google is, and that is literally all it is. It is a website where you can search whatever you want, and then it will lead you to a list of websites and links. Like, people did not know what Google was, and they had to call tech support for it. Or they couldn't find simple things. Like, yeah, you'll tell them how to use the start button on Windows, and, like, they're completely lost. But, thanks for the donation, Going Anders.
They're not equal. Not only are they not equal, but let me give you another example here. As you dive into this, try to understand that what you do is you actually hamstring women. By telling women they should go and be girl boss babes and go to college starting in their 20s, they actually destroy their prime reproductive years. They destroy them by having families.
Uh-oh. I gotta poop. Alright, I'm gonna go poop. I'll be right back. After I poop, we will keep watching videos and stuff, but I gotta go poop now. I'll be back in a minute. All right. That was a nice, satisfying poop. Was a normal poop, no diarrhea. Came out nice and smooth. And my asshole doesn't burn or hurt like hell. So that was nice.
Families later. It's the primary
Okay, that's
cause.
silly. I'm 23.
Hang on, listen,
I'm not
it's the
having panic
primary
attacks soon.
cause
My
for the
kids will be just fine.
reproduction cause. It's the primary cause of the reproduction.
Whoa, she's 23? She looks way fucking older, dude. How is she 10 years younger than me, but look like 5 years older? I never would have expected that.
Reproduction crisis in the West is that with women defer families till they're in their 30s. Why do you think the average age of marriage is 32 in the United States? I think it just got raised to 33. Yes, you're going to have way less kids. Okay, part of girl bossing is when you say career women are right on par with mothers. They're not, and society should be glorifying one, not socially shaming the other, but you shouldn't give them the same elevation you give to mothers and matrons of families. That is pure covert feminism.
Okay, I'm going to answer you with the following. I don't believe in the glorification, and especially I see it amongst Gen Zers, of not having children. I actually think it's disgraceful, and I don't think it's a flex at all to brag about not wanting to repopulate. It just shows me that you're so insecure that you're going to be a bad parent that you're not doing it. On the other hand, I'll ask you a question in return. Would you prefer a child growing up in a damaged family with a mother who clearly wasn't ready to
No, I don't think Aughey is justified in voting for Trump.
raise a child and raise potentially what could be, a deranged child who grows up to be a serial killer or a murderer, or how about this, just a really bad person, rather than wait a few more years until she's ready to have her kid and then raise a mensch? What do you prefer?
Well, so here's what we can see when we break this down. What we see when we break this down is the abuse happens in the public school, where you're 100 times more likely to be essayed than you are if you're in a Catholic church. We see that if it is the case that you're a single mother, you are a single mother especially by choice, that is usually the selection of stepfather that leads to the abuse of the children. We also can see via the stats that you're completely just insane here. You are actually, if you stay inside of a family where you mom and dad don't even like each other, your outcomes are still better than if you, the girl boss, goes, I just don't feel fulfilled. I don't feel fulfilled, and so I need to go and date the neighbor down the road or whatever, right? The truth is that regardless of your fulfillment, children are the duty. The next generation is the duty, and women have a duty to keep the family intact as well. They're responsible for most of the divorces. They file for the most amount of divorces, not because of abuse, but because of irreconcilable differences. And when asked, I don't feel fulfilled. And it's like, that's not how we run a society. It's literally a death sentence for our whole society. Look at what's going on in the UK. It's a death sentence for them.
Okay, let me bring in Stasia, who's been grimacing throughout that. Stasia, why are you so outraged by what he's saying?
I'm not outraged. I just think that you all are fairly stupid. And everything that's being said is ridiculous. And it's just like a comedy show.
You think you can change your sex? How can you ever call anybody stupid? How can you ever call anybody stupid?
Yeah, she should sit that one out.
Hey, I'm just sitting back watching.
Oh my god. Look at this cat. Oh my god, I love cats.
Watching the shit show happen. I'm here for it.
All right, Julie, you were not... Well, hang on. I want to get Julie to respond to Andrew.
Oh, I zoned out and I thought I'd woken up in the 1950s in some TARDIS. You can't take him seriously. It's ridiculous.
Oh, you mean in the 1950s? You mean the 1950s when we had intact families where 95% of women were getting married as virgins, where families weren't being broken up, where crime was extremely low, where you only needed one income to support an entire household, where mental illness was at an all-time low? Like that 1950s? I'm sorry that I make a reference to a time.
Are you married? Are you married?
Married. How do you make married with many children?
Is your
How
wife
about you?
happy?
You married with children? Oh, she's
Like, Andrew Wilson isn't that old. Isn't he only like 10 years older than me or something? If that? That's not the same Andrew Wilson. How old is he? I don't think he's that much older than me. Does anybody know how old he is? He sure as hell didn't grow up in the 1950s, so it's just strange to hear people who are fairly young to talk about a time period they never grew up in.
He's ecstatic.
No, I'm 23.
He's
I'm
gonna
a boss
bring me-
lady girl, which seems to
Yeah.
be driving you crazy.
Yeah.
Working,
Yeah,
making
well, I'm
money,
just pointing
waiting
out
for the right guy
the
to come
only
along.
thing you have no arguments. You just try to assault me personally. You can try, but the truth is that I've reproduced. I am
How did I
married.
assault
do
you? I
have
asked
the
you if
life.
you're married.
No, you didn't. You were making a passive-aggressive
I mean, to be
feminist.
fair- to be fair to
about how my
Andrew-
wife must be
Andrew-
miserable.
Andrew-
Your wife must be miserable.
To be fair, Andrew is
She might
practicing
be.
what he preaches. I want to bring in another clip from a debate between Megyn Kelly and Matt Walsh on the similar theme. Let's watch a little clip from this.
Again, having said that, I like the guy. I'm getting a little tired of his nonstop judgment of women who make different choices than the ones he wants us to make. Sorry, Matt, you're not our Jesus. We don't answer to you. Like, live your life the way you want to live it, and stop judging everybody who makes a different choice. I'm sick of it.
Covert
And
feminist.
she went on to say this about young men not wanting to marry career women. Let's take a listen to this.
We're now telling young, conservative, amazing women that they're not attractive if they also work. If they choose to, let's say, do what I'm doing and what you're doing and like get their voice out there. But I'll stick with me just because I think conservatives listening to this will like the thought of another Megyn Kelly voice up and coming.
Now, Matt Walsh was
I think this is a problem with like the algorithm. You're seeing a bigger discrepancy in political views between men and women, and that's because men and women are getting focused into these algorithmic recommendations where women are watching women's content and men are watching men's content. And there's not as much overlap in the media that men and women are consuming. And there's this huge group of women who have got it into their heads that like men and women have like the same dating preferences. Yeah, women having like careers and being focused on their jobs and working like over 40 hours a week, it's not going to help you get a partner. Like that's not what men are looking for. Women are looking for that in a man, but men aren't looking for that in women. And there's these delusional fucking women who think, oh, I make so much money, I'm so successful and productive, like, why can't I find a man? It's because men don't give a shit.
responded by saying
Chris,
men are
can I tell you
generally
the
not
beauty of all of
attracted to
this?
ambitious career. Well, hang on a minute. I want to read a clip from Matt Walsh, or a quote. He said, men are generally not attracted to ambitious, career-driven women, and women's first priority should be children and looking after the home. So, Emily, what do you think of that? If you've ever felt like you're being watched online, it's unfortunately because you are. Hundreds of companies, so-called data
free will,
as expressvpn.com/Piers. Now, on with the show.
I think the beauty about free will is you make a choice who you want to spend your life with. Like I know many men are okay with, a woman who works, and I know many men are not. And that's the great part is you choose who you want to partner with. So if you want a woman to be home and have 5, 6, 7, 8 children, which is a beautiful choice to make in life, then go for it. If you want a woman who can do both, work and have children when she's ready, 2 or 3 children, then go for that type of woman. If you want a woman who's never home and going to be on the road all the time, and trust me, there are many beta men who would love that, then go for that. Like nobody is forcing you to be with a woman that doesn't cater to your needs. The same way no one's forcing any women to be with a guy like Andrew Tate that's going to beat you and make you miserable. We have choices, and we need to make calculated, wise choices as to what personally is best for you.
The Andrew Tate fallacy
Julie,
is moving over to Andrew Tate is evil and a representation of men who believe in a patriarchal system. Here's the truth. The truth of the matter is that we should be doing for society what is socially good for society. If we can't reproduce our society, that's a really bad social ill for society. When you have propaganda that is telling women to go get useless degrees in psychology and
it's not for
sociology.
society.
Yeah, that's great.
It's actually quite
Andrew,
it's quite
hang
sad.
on. There's Andrew, quickly. Is Megyn Kelly a covert feminist then? By your
Not covert,
criteria?
overt. She's an overt feminist. Covert's out for Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly came out and said women should be prioritizing career over family. That's what Matt Walsh's issue was with her, and he's absolutely right. The guy struck it out of the ballpark. Socially, in society, we should be moving women into a familial role. It's not to say that women can't work. Nobody's saying women can't work. We're just saying that if you're going to glorify things in society, it should be the mother in the intact home and the wife and the caretaker at home, not the girl boss. That's insane, and it's a societal death sentence. Walsh knows it. Everybody knows this at this point. If you can't reproduce your own nation, you don't have a nation.
Do you know how?
Okay, Julie, you wanted to jump in there.
This kind of fear-mongering doesn't really make any sense. This is happening worldwide, by the way. Every single country, women are working more. They are more career-focused. So that is hypothesized in being a huge driver for the declining birth rate. Women are more focused on getting a job and making money versus having kids. And as a result, women are having less kids. But this is a worldwide phenomena. Every single country is experiencing this. The only country where this isn't the case is Afghanistan. And yeah, look how well Afghanistan's doing right now when they have this like super ultra conservative regressive view on women where they just have to stay home and have kids. So I don't think any country wants to turn out like Afghanistan. So when Andrew's like saying things like we're not going to have a country because like women are just focusing on jobs, not having kids, that's just not true. We're not meeting replacement rates for the current population we have. If the birth rate stays relatively stable where it is, there is going to be a decline in population worldwide, but it's going to stabilize and there's just going to be a lower population worldwide. You don't need the replacement rate at 2.1 or whatever it is indefinitely. It's just a stupid point. Like if we were at war with like China or Russia or something and they had a population that was constantly increasing and we were constantly declining, that would be a political issue that's worth worrying about. But because this is a phenomena that's happening worldwide in every single country, it's just nothing to worry about. And China and Russia, like again, they're our biggest threat right now. Their population's crashing harder than it's going to crash in the United States and the rest of Europe.
I mean, do you know how insecure and pathetic you sound? You can't take you seriously.
Eat another donut,
I get
lady.
that you. I'll just finish. I get that you reckon that you're some big shock jock, and I know that you're desperately trying to be relevant, but you sound so insecure and so pathetic. You are
Do you have
irrelevant.
an argument? Can you put the Duncan down for a second and give me an argument? Do you have?
Kid Beer donated $2. Let me see. Modern women say men are trash while expecting man to pay their bills, protect them, and commit to them. If men are truly so bad, why still want one? The truth is, they don't hate men. They hate that they can't control the ones they actually want. Yeah. Yep. That is absolutely true. Base take. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Have an argument? Or is it just
Sorry, I haven't
Andrew
heard
bad?
one from you.
Yes, I've given you multiple arguments for the social fabric of all of society and how we can improve it, what we need to be doing, what we need to be moving towards. I gave you all the stats. I gave you argument after argument. Can you give me a single argument?
All the stats. You are the oracle. You know all about the universe and what's going to progress humankind. You're just a shock
it's
jock,
not
mate.
psychic ability.
You're just pathetic. Nobody's going to listen
argument.
to you. You're an
Randy, are you
aggressive,
going to have an
insecure
argument?
man.
I'm going to tell you what's
We're
going to
not
happen. This
taking
is
you
going to go
seriously.
Well, this is going to go viral, and a lot of people are going to take me seriously, and all they're going to remember is that I told you that you couldn't put down the Dunkin' Donuts long enough to make an argument. Now, can you make one or not?
Oh, you know, this is schoolboy.
By the way,
tactic.
a real
It's
man
schoolboy.
doesn't speak down to a woman the way you do. You're not a real man. You're actually very feminine.
Oh my god. Okay. Like, Andrew is winning the debate here. They're not able to actually make an argument. They're... Like, I could easily make one against him, but they're not even able to come up with anything.
You think a real man is?
You're a
Don't
very
care.
feminine man.
Yeah, nobody cares what you think real men are.
You're
You sound super
pathetic,
feminine.
mate.
Yeah.
And how
Nobody cares what
you
you think a real man
think
is.
that you're such
I'm
a
sure your wife's
big
very happy
boy
about
by slating, bringing in
You're so mad.
personal
So mad.
personal insults about women's
You start- hey,
appearance.
I'm sorry.
Wow,
I'm sorry. You guys
I
think that
feel
you're
for
real
you
people.
when
You
you
can't
go
say
out
anything back.
into the big wide world from behind your macho
Well, one day when I go out
podcast
in the big
studio
wide
there.
world, I hope people will take me.
The most funny thing when he was on Piers Morgan was when they were talking about paper straws. And Andrew Wilson was like, yeah, paper straws are bad. They have chemicals that are bad for you. And then he literally just puffs on a cigarette.
Seriously, as they do women who make zero arguments.
Wait, why are you
on
on
a show
Piers
like
Morgan? Shouldn't you go be working right
Why
now
are
and making
you?
money for your
Why-
family to
I
support?
am
How do you have
working.
time to?
Making
I'm
a ton
working.
of
I don't
money.
have
What are you
kids.
talking about?
I don't have a husband.
You're
I'm
saying that
23
I
years
can't
old. I'm
make
not married with
money?
kids yet. But
You
it
can't
seems like
make
you should go
money
be working
podcasting?
right now to fulfill your gender role as a big strong
I am
man.
working right now.
Oh, get to work.
Let me ask.
You're not being paid to be here.
Yes, lady. I'm going to get paid a lot of money ultimately to be here. You have no idea what you're talking about. If you saw my bank account, what I make doing
sure.
stuff like this, it would
You're
make
so
you
cool.
weep. It
Oh,
would
show
make
us your
you
bank
weep.
account to make yourself feel
It
more
would make
secure.
you weep. Yeah, hey, the only thing you could think of was to try to assault my bank account, lady. That's it. That's the only thing you could think of.
Son Goku donated $2 is greater than Natasha. Nah, I think Natasha Aughey's hotter. Yeah, Natasha Aughey has a better butt. Even if you find her, like, face more attractive, I still think Natasha Aughey has her beat in the butt department. I think Natasha Aughey's prettier, in my opinion. Like, Natasha Aughey has a way bigger nose. But, yeah, I mean, Natasha Aughey's butt beats her butt. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
The only thing you can think of is you don't work
man and you are
enough. You don't
liberal.
work enough. It's
Let
ridiculous.
me play. I want to play Emily. I want to play Emily a clip. This has gone viral too. It's had 120 million views. There's a woman who suggests she's about to leave her husband because he doesn't do enough domestic chores. Let's take a look.
If you do not participate in an equitable way in your home, and so what does that look like? What does it look like to change these dynamics? Well, we need to really assess in our homes what the work looks like. Because in most homes, the data supports this, women do a disproportionate amount of work. They just do. They do more of the cooking and the cleaning and the laundry and the childcare while also working full time. And men have more time for things like their hobbies, like golf, for example, or just working out, running a marathon, right? And so we need to have hard conversations.
Bro. The amount of cope is just insane. Oh, go fuck yourself. Dude, okay, so the reality is, if you have a household where both parents are working full-time, it is very easy to just afford a maid to come in once a week and clean the home. Back when I was living in Guelph, I think I was paying like $180 every 2 weeks to have a maid come in and just clean up the apartment. So if you can just keep things like mildly clean, just easy, you know, once-overs, and then once a week do like a big clean, or yeah, like once or twice a week do a big clean. Easy for, you know, like two people who are working full-time to be able to afford something like that. And as far as like most other things like dishes, laundry, it's automated. It's not the 1800s. You literally just throw clothes into a machine and they're cleaned for you. It doesn't require any effort. You just put the clothes into the machine, press a button, it's done. Same with dishes. You put the dishes in the machine, press a button, it's done. So when women fucking claim like, oh, I'm cooking and cleaning and doing all this shit, none of it requires any effort. Even cooking. There's air fryers, instant pots, even like ovens. All you have to do is just throw a bunch of fucking like vegetables on a fucking tray, like just sprinkle over some olive oil, press a button, it's fucking done. None of it requires any time or effort. So when women talk about like all the fucking effort it takes to like cook and clean and do laundry, for the entire fucking week, it couldn't take you more than an hour to do all that shit. It requires no fucking effort whatsoever. And again, two people working fucking full time, you can easily afford a maid to come once every week or two just to do a good clean of the entire house or apartment and do all that for you. So that's a fucking complete out and out lie. And generally speaking too, if you're both working full time, like there's going to be some amount of delegation of tasks, right? So the man's going to clean a little bit, cook a little bit, the woman's gonna clean a little bit, cook a little bit. It's not that fucking complicated. Women just like to claim they're doing more than they really are just so they can complain. Women just love complaining.
About what our time looks like, what our labor in the home looks like, what is invisible labor. We have to talk about these things. And when we don't, the alternative is that you no longer have a marriage, or you don't have a happy one at least. And so I share this story because I don't think I'm alone in this.
No, you just whine and complain. You have to do nothing and you complain about doing nothing.
Experience, and I want people to know that there's hope, and that if you have a willing and able partner, you can change this. You can absolutely change this.
I mean, Emily, I would travel continents to avoid a lady like that, but what's your view of what she's saying?
Yeah.
to me, her rant, take away the gender for a moment, because I actually believe women are a lot messier than men, just in terms of our makeup, our clothing, the abundance of clothing that we have. I think we definitely purchase more accessories than men. And I think we also, like I said, there are gender roles I believe in should be responsible for most of the cleaning. Then on the other hand, if you're marrying a slob, A, you should know who you're getting into a household with. But B, if you're in a happy marriage and you have a sense of communication, why not just sit your partner down and be like, hey, I don't mind cleaning up after you, but when you throw your filthy socks on the bathroom sink or you leave your wet towel and we have mold, you know, I'd appreciate if you could not do this. But I don't think it gets to an extent where like divorce is justifiable unless your husband is like a hoarding pig that's unbearable to live with. I think she's being a little bit dramatic here. And we all can acknowledge women are a bit messier than men, and it should be just like looking after one another. It's not a big deal to clean up after your partner, and that could go both ways. Not everything is so black or white.
Andrew?
Well, first of all, stay-at-home moms are mostly nowadays parking their kids in public school for most of the day. Oftentimes, the kids are taking buses from the city to the school and buses home. They're not even driving them. Okay, not even driving them. And they have fully furnished lunch, even breakfast at most of these public schools, right? They don't even have to send them with a lunch anymore. They have all day to do household chores while men are working, right? No, women do not do a disproportionate amount of work in comparison to men. That's absurd. No labor statistic supports that. Even if we were to take household chores and put it on the table against a man's...
By the way, men work more hours than women at the same exact occupation. Women take more days off. They take more sick days, they take more vacation days, and they try to do as much as they possibly fucking can to cut their hours. So, like, when we're talking about who works more, like, men work more. They work more at the same exact fucking occupation. Women just complain about fucking nonsense.
This work doesn't even come close.
Again, it's not the 1800s. If you see a woman complaining about having to do laundry, she's full of shit and all she wants to do is fucking complain. All you have to do, throw the clothes in the fucking machine, press a button. That's it. It requires zero effort.
Close, even with children, especially because you're parking them most of the time in a public school for most of the day. This lady who's making this TikTok, totally insane, completely disconnected from reality, has no idea how this actually works.
She's not totally insane. You're going to make a choice to marry a girl who's going to cook and clean and do everything. And me as a woman, I'm going to make a choice to hire a housekeeper one day so that I don't have to cook and clean because that's my choice. The problem is you're too obsessed with other people's choices. Live and let live. Like, take a step back and recognize not everyone has to be as extreme as you are. Like, yes,
live and let live until it comes to the transgenders.
If they're not perfect, I do live and let live. I'll play my part. I don't care if you're transgender. I don't care if you're transgender.
I don't understand.
Go for it. I'm not marrying a transgender.
Let them go play their
sports. Let them live and let live. Absolutely.
Live and let live. You people contradict yourselves so much.
That's their superiority. No, I think you're just stupid because I'm explaining myself and making sense.
The explanation makes no sense.
Transgenders absolutely should live and let live. They should not participate in sports.
Let's Stacia, talk. Stacia, you wanted to say something?
You're just all walking contradictions. It's crazy that you can even say something like that. You guys are all fighting with each other about live and let live, and we're having an entire conversation about trans people and their ability or lack of ability to be in sports. So it's wild to watch him with the cigarette, like think he's all pompous, and you over there acting like it's just ridiculous.
Hey, I'm the only one here who's consistent. I said I don't care if you people go in and beat the tar out of women. I don't care. Go do it. They voted for it. I think they need a taste of their own medicine. I think it's good for them. And maybe some of this madness will stop if they actually have to take accountability and deal with the consequences of their own voting.
You're actually insane. You're in.
I want to make it very clear. I don't care that you're transgender. I genuinely don't care if today you're a woman, tomorrow you're a man, the next day you want to identify as a cat or a dog. I really don't, like, it's not my issue. But when you make it my issue, when you want to play in my sport, I was a tennis player my whole life. If a man came along who identified as a woman, who I will respect as a woman, I will respect your pronouns, but you want to now eradicate women's sports, now it's my problem too. As long as it's not my problem and you will do you, live, exactly. Thank you.
Just live and let live, man. We'll just be hippies and
okay, let me ask, I want to end by asking Julie. Okay, I want to end by asking Julie, because Julie, you've been talking about feminism for decades. We're now in a strange place, I think, where women have more freedom to do all the things that maybe previous generations of women did not have freedom to do. And many, including me, actually think that's a very good step forward. The only downside to this is that birth rates around the world are beginning to plummet to dangerously low levels. And Elon Musk keeps warning that if they carry on like this, it's going to be a very, very serious problem for the future of the planet. So let me just ask you, Julie, when you look at the progress that feminism has made, you can see so many ways that women's rights have been promoted in a better way. But are you concerned about the dropping birth rates and the fact that women no longer, because so many more are going out to work and everything else and prioritizing work perhaps over family, that birth rates ultimately are obviously going to reduce, and that ultimately that could be a very self-defeating thing for the planet?
We need to pay attention to the fact that many women, when they have children, have no support, no childcare, feckless fathers who leave if they're there in the first place, where there is very little maternity leave, hardly any financial security, particularly if that woman is in an abusive relationship and can't rely on that second wage coming into the home. So have a look at what will make it more attractive and feasible for women to have babies. And also have a look at the women who are choosing not to have babies because they don't want to be hitched to and trapped with a man who, quite frankly, isn't the love of her life because of his behaviour and because of his shortcomings. That's what we need to be doing.
Okay,
Can I add
Stacey, I want to
something
ask you a
that
final
you
question.
that you haven't
Yeah,
answered?
Emily, I'll come to you and Andrew for final word in a minute. But Stacey, it just struck me as a question I wanted to ask you. How do you feel about drug cheats in sport? When people are caught doping to enhance their performance, how do you feel about that?
Obviously, you know how I feel about that. You're baiting me to twist this around on the trans issue. And
I've no idea how you feel about it. I've never asked you. I've never asked you before. How do you feel about it?
Obviously, I'm not in support of people taking drug enhancements to do better in sports.
But why? Why are you not in support of that, given it just gives them an unfair advantage, which you want for trans athletes? What's the
I
difference?
see exactly what you're trying to do, and I'm not walking into it. It's very clear.
Overall, I don't have the biggest issue with immigration in Canada. I think the topic's a little overblown, but there definitely has to be a slowing down of immigration. There's a lot of industries that are getting fucked over from it. Trucking industry is getting fucked over in particular, but there needs to be more industrialization in Canada, particularly with home building, and the only way to get enough builders is by letting in immigrants. So you do need some immigrant labor coming in. I think it's gone a little overboard, but I think the best protection against some of the issues from immigration would just be more workers' unions. If they had workers' unions, it wouldn't really ever be a problem. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
And she pays her own bills and she takes care of herself.
She's an average adult. Like what, you expected to be patted on the back and applauded and be given awards because you're doing average adult things? She's not some bad bee. She's an adult.
Yeah. Yeah, women brag about being able to do normal people things. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Where my stance is with trans people, I don't support. I just think that you're trying to walk me into something, and it's not going to work for me.
So you don't support the enhancement of performance of illegal drugs. Okay, that's good. We're halfway there, I think. Emily.
Yeah.
Piers, I just want to bring up a point that, and personally, I don't know the stats. I'd be very curious into looking into it, but I think it would be remiss to not mention the fact that many, many women, personally I know a bunch, but I want to see the stats on it, are trying to have kids, that are doing rounds of IVF, spending all of their money that they've saved up trying to have a kid, are infertile, are having miscarriages, never got their period. I think we also have a really serious health crisis going on, at least in the United States. I can't speak about the UK, that Bobby Kennedy is very well aware of, about hormones in the foods that are making it a lot harder for women to have children, because I know many, many women who would love to have a big, beautiful family, but can't even conceive their first child. So I don't know if it's necessarily everyone making a decision to not have kids, rather a health problem, and I'd advise everyone to look into that too.
It's totally absurd. So first of all, the reason they need IVF and things like this because they defer families till they're in their 30s, right? It's not healthy for women to start having babies in their 30s.
No,
not a great idea.
that's not
Yes.
true.
Yeah. Not only is it true,
I have
but
a 24-year-old friend who can't
I
get
can
pregnant.
statistically prove it. The exception doesn't make the rule. The truth of the matter is, you can even look at infant mortality rates, and in the United States, we have some of the highest in the world, and that is correlated directly to the fact that women are aged out of their 20s when they're having children. You can even see this in other nations as well. Back over to the Turk's argument, she says, well, wait a second, we should really be deferring to women and incentivizing women for more stuff that women want. We do this all the time. We defer to everything that is that they want. By the way, you have free tuition. You do get all sorts of free healthcare. And by the way, it's the poor people who have the most amount of children, not the middle class or the rich who do family planning. So this idea that you're just going to give, the idea that you're just going to give women money and that's going, or some type of support in this way, and that's going to...
We joke around with calling out all the crazy women, but in all seriousness, is there truly any hope for a guy to find a sane, reasonable woman in today's day and age? Or are we fucked and should I just start building my AI waifu robot?
It is very difficult, dude. Just about every chick is going to be crazy, to some degree. But yeah, hopefully when the AI robots come, that'll solve all of our problems. Thanks for the donation, Big PP.
be what moves them towards children is not true. Usually it's things like religion, religiosity, your key component to traditionalism, your idea of community has nothing to do with family leave. It has nothing to do with that. Never has. The birth rate's been dropping like this, like a rock, especially since the 1900s, right? But even in the 1800s. But now, since birth control especially, and women's liberation, the sexual revolution, it has dropped so drastically, we can't even reproduce the population. These aren't answers. You're not answering any problems. None.
It's just because of men like you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's because of men like me. I know. It's men like me. The ones who actually reproduce. It's because of men like me who actually reproduce. I get it. That makes sense.
So what do you suggest? Should women just start like
Can
walking
you,
around
can you
getting knocked
reproduce?
up?
Do you,
Like,
do you
I'm
even
so
have a
confused.
uterus to reproduce? Do you even have a uterus to reproduce? But anyway, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
No, I just don't understand. What do you think is the solution? Women should just like kind of settle in their young 20s and just start popping out babies, even if they haven't necessarily met someone that's compatible for them yet, or
I thought
vice
you were in
versa.
an antinatalist language, popping out babies. Oh, they're slave to the stove, popping out babies. No, I think that from a societal view,
I don't do the language.
We can have
I've got to go.
I'm
I'm
answering
really
your
late.
question.
I've got to
I'm
go.
answering your
Sorry,
question.
everyone.
All
I've
right,
got to
listen,
go.
you know what, Julie? I'm actually, everyone's going to go because we've reached the end of the panel. The only sadness for me is we can't all go and have a drink together because I think we'd all get on great over a few pints in a nice English pub. But maybe we'll leave that little treat for another time. Thank you all very much indeed.
That was some nice aids. Let's take a muscle mommy break. It was very slow tempo. I don't know if that was a working set. I don't think you ever need to do negatives that slowly. Is birth rate crisis really a big problem if third world countries are still reproducing at a high rate? Well, they're not. So, third world countries are also reproducing at a much lower rate. I think African countries are still reproducing at 4 children per woman. It used to be 8 children per woman in the 1980s, but they're down to 4 women per children. That's still well above the replacement rate, but again, likely in the next decade or two, it's going to get down to below 2. So, and where's India at? I think they're at like 2.8 or 3 or something. India birth rate. No, they're at 2. So India's down to 2.01. I think that's right at replacement levels. The US is at 1.66. So every country, even third world countries, they're right at the point where they're going to start reproducing below rate of replacement. So there's just going to be less people. The biggest real economic issue from that is taking care of the elderly. That's the biggest real problem. And again, that can very easily be solved. you can incentivize suicide. So just have incentivize assisted suicide if your pension doesn't really allow you to be able to live at a, you know, reasonable sort of, whatchamacall, living standard. So you won't have to be, you won't have to have an issue of taking care of the elderly if they're dead. And on top of that, we're going to have technology, right? Like, worker robots are probably going to be a thing very soon. Automation is becoming more and more of a thing. AI. All these technologies are going to make up for the difference in the amount of actual workers there are and economic output. So if you have AI, automation, and worker robots taking over jobs, you can just have a system where if a job is being taken over by a machine, that productivity that the machine produces can just be used as like compensation for someone who doesn't work. And that could be like anybody of any age. So that'll likely fix the issue of an elderly population that's not able to work. So I don't think this is really going to be a fucking problem. And again, even if we don't have that technology in time, you can just incentivize suicide. And look, old people can just starve to death. Like, okay, it's not nice, it's not great, but what else are you going to do? Are you going to make like, you know, if like elderly people outnumber younger people by like 10 to 1 or something ridiculous, are you going to take away all the fucking like revenue that a young person generates just to give to the elderly because they don't work and shit and they didn't do any financial planning? Like, it's the way of the world. It happens in nature, you know, like elderly, sick animals die off. Human beings are no different. If it's literally just not possible to take care of the elderly, they can just get sick and die. They're gonna die anyway. Whoopie fucking diddly do. People are freaking out about, oh, this is gonna cause economic slowdown, GDP is gonna go down. Those are all just numbers on a spreadsheet. What matters is whether or not people can get food, whether or not they can get housing, whether or not they can live, you know, like good, reasonable lives. And there's no reason to think that a reduced population can't do those things. So it's not that big of a deal. People are freaking out about it. I just don't see it as an issue. She has a really nice bum. I don't think she has a big clit. I've seen her in lingerie before and a swimsuit, and it doesn't look like it. Kid Boot on Tollers, is this a classic example of women shaming men for their preferences?
I feel like black men are like really obsessed with natural hair, and it's so weird. Like, oh, but is that your natural hair? Like, who cares? Like, your mom, your sister, your cousins, your grandma, none of them have natural hair. Do you?
I hate how these black girls have this disgusting shiny lip gloss. It looks so gross.
Ask your mama, do you call Miss Tina and be like, Mom, are you wearing your natural hair? Like, who cares? Like, you never see a Mexican man asking that, a white man, like, but a black man? Like, I just don't get it. I'm starting to think that you want to bust down. Like, do you want?
They're just fucking stupid, dude. I mean... It's so weird. They do this to get attention from men, and then men tell them they don't like it, and then they do it anyway and try to cope. Like, why are you even asking? Why do you even care? It's so stupid. Like, imagine if dudes told you, like, you're too fat, lose weight, I don't find you attractive. And then saying, I look beautiful at any weight, I don't have to lose weight for you. It's like, okay, then have fun not getting any dick. Like, I don't get it, man. Like, women just do stupid shit and then just cope. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Why are we watching this Troon workout? Put on Hamza.
We're taking a muscle mommy break, okay? We'll put on Hansa later. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. It's a nice rear end.
VG is doing this beautiful sexy woman a public health service and checking her form to ensure she does not get injured. That is all that is going on here, folks. Just VG putting that big brain to use and protecting the public. The big juicy plump public.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Thanks for the donation, Richard loves Natasha. Is sleep crucial for weight loss? It's very important. There's a number of reasons why it's important. There's a bunch of practical ways in which it affects weight loss. If you're awake for longer, that gives you more opportunities to eat. And if you have sleep disturbances, that can fuck up like dietary planning and meal frequency. So if you're awake, you know, and you're only getting like 4 hours of sleep, that's more hours in which you're going to be hungry and wanting food. And if you're going to bed at different times each night, and then you eat when you wake up, you can end up having a greater meal frequency and eating more, and thus losing less weight. Sleep does also positively affect weight loss directly. You probably will have issues liberating and getting rid of more fat cells if you get less sleep. And obviously, if you have less sleep, you have less energy, you're going to have less physical activity. It also affects hormones that do affect like energy and weight loss. So yeah, it is important. Israel Facts, Pally's, Cope, $20. Maybe watch this on 1.5 speed as it's 16 minutes, but still something you probably find satisfying.
They thought they had escaped. They believe.
All right, we'll watch that in just a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dude, I really wish she was vegan. Oh, bro, if she was vegan, goddamn. I really like her shoulders. CDG donates $2. You should contact her. Isn't she in Ontario? She's actually in Ottawa. She lives pretty close by to me, and I'm pretty sure I know what gym this is. This is, what is it? It's like 613 Fit or something. Or 513 Lifts. Give me a second. What's the fucking gym called in Ottawa? There's a lot of Fit for Less gyms in Ottawa for some fucking reason. There's like 20. I don't know why there has to be like a billion. There's no way they closed down. Bro, give me a break. Yeah, it's 613 Lift. That's what it's called. Oh yeah, she's even right on the website. Yeah, it's 613 Lift, Ottawa. So... Oh, that is weird. 3-day per week membership. I've never even seen that before. And they have a 7-day per week membership. And it's in Nepean. So that's pretty close by to me. It's like a 45-ish minute drive. So I could, if I wanted to, join that gym and meet her. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. CDG donates $2, do a workout vid with her. Lol, that'd be pretty epic. Well, I mean... I don't think anybody... I don't think she'd want to do that. I'm kind of notorious, and I don't think she'd want a relationship with me. We do have some things in common, like she likes anime, she likes lifting, she also likes motorcycles. But yeah, I think a lot of people have a chip on their shoulder when it comes to me in particular, and they make a lot of assumptions. And, you know, this and that, politics, what have you, veganism. So yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. But thanks for the donation, CDG.
Ooh, this might be too heavy. need to be higher. Okay, so do 5 reps.
C to G to Nutillers, you never know, but yeah, I know what you mean. Anyway, kind of crazy. She only uses 15 for rear delts and 20 for biceps when her arms look like that. The most I've used for bicep curls was 75 pounds. And I only got 3 repetitions, but that's the most I've ever used. I have some kind of injury in my brachial radialis on my left arm, so I've been using way fucking less weight for bicep curls. Last session, I only did 40 because that's all I could use without any pain. But my arms haven't gotten any smaller, so depending on what she's doing, it may just be like a lighter day. Or she could just be, like, who knows, she could be recovering from an injury or trying to avoid aggravating a current injury. So just because you're using lighter weight on one particular training day, it doesn't mean you're going to lose less muscle. So you could, at your peak, use a very heavy weight, but because of a variety of reasons, you're using less weight and doing more reps and volume and still maintain that muscle mass. I'm assuming this is just a lighter day, and this exercise too, you can't use that much weight anyway. But thanks for the donation, CDG. Yeah, I've been able to train my legs lately. I've been able to avoid injury. So I am training my legs. I want to get back to doing 315 for reps. Again, assuming I can avoid injury, I should be able to get back to doing that fairly soon. And then hopefully in the next like year or so, I can do 405 for reps. That's my goal. Yeah, she has really jacked arms. CDG donators, that's possible, yeah, and I don't really like incline curls. I prefer just regular standing ones. I think the hype around stretch-mediated hypertrophy is really, really overhyped, especially when it comes to shit like biceps. I find that idea is completely and utterly fucking irrelevant and pointless when it comes to bicep training. Incline curls, at least in my experience, are entirely fucking useless, and they do jack shit. Mike Israetel has like a more extreme version of that incline curl thing where he lies on a flat bench and lets his arm down. That exercise fucking sucks. I tried it. It's shit. It does fucking nothing. I think there's a sweet spot where, yeah, you do want the muscle to experience stretch under load, but if the weight is so low under stretch, it just ends up not mattering. So if you can like just do normal standing curls with like 60 plus pounds, and you can only do incline curls with like maybe 40 pounds, you're going to get way more hypertrophy from standing curls than you will with incline curls just because of the massive reduction in weight. Like at the end of the day, your muscle grows from detecting mechanical tension. If you're doing the stretch mediated hypertrophy thing and it massively reduces the amount of weight you're using, it ends up either being neutral, but at least when it comes to bicep training, I've noticed it just does it's a negative. You get less growth. So yeah, incline curls, I think they suck, at least for me, and I think the that Mike Israetel thing where he lays on a flat bench, that exercise absolutely fucking sucks. Just garbage. The two best bicep movements I found for me are chin-ups and either dumbbell curls or barbell curls. Especially with fat grips. I find fat grips, dumbbell curls, and barbell curls are great, but yeah, I can't stand this exercise. I think it's just fucking stupid. Also, any recommendations for a leg extension, leg curl machine for home gym that isn't dog shit if you've researched it at all? Yes, there's a very good one that I can't get because they only ship to the fucking United States. I forget the name. Give me a second.
Hey guys.
This thing. They only ship to the fucking United States. Yeah, this thing is great, but they only ship to the US. I don't know why, and I cannot find anything that is at all comparable. Every other one that I can get in Canada fucking sucks if it's weight plate loaded. So this thing's good. I think I've heard the Titan one is pretty decent. But the only ones that I can find... Oh yeah, and this
Using
one.
this style.
Yeah, the RitFit. The RitFit one, especially for the price, $350 compared to $740. The RitFit one is also very good. But I can't... Again, they only ship to the United States. So this one, very inexpensive, and it's very good. And the other one too, but yeah, they only ship to the United States. The only ones I can find in Canada kind of suck. All the really good equipment, they don't ship to Canada unless it's like Rogue Fitness or Eleiko. And the Rogue Fitness and Eleiko shit is $1 billion fucking dollars. So yeah, if you're in the States, it's pretty easy. I'd probably get the RitFit one. Thanks for the donation, CDG. CDG donate tellers. Overstretching just distracts me and I use less weight and get less good of a stimulus. I like to use like 80-90% of the range of motion and I stick to the regular basics. Don't bother stretching and squeezing in an exaggerated fashion. Agreed. Yeah, if you have to substantially decrease the amount of load you're lifting with, then yeah, focusing on the stretch is just stupid. So I agree. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Find somebody in the US to ship it out to you. I could. I might be able to get a friend of mine to do that for me.
was 4 or 5. Do one more. Like, I feel like the bench gets in the way.
CDG, don't need tellers. Get what you mean about going lighter on certain days, but she's still using 10 pounds low. I know it's incline, but still, I think the steroid she takes just makes her jacked by default. Like, if you look at my workouts, I found that if you lift heavy, very heavy twice a week, I fuck myself up. So for, like, especially for my triceps, I found if I lift heavy twice, 2 of those days, I just fuck my elbows up. So I'll do what's called tricep pushdowns with 110 pounds. And that's a 1-to-1. Like, I use a pulley, but it's 1-to-1. It's just a straight pulley. So it's an actual 110 pounds day 1. And then I'll do overhead extensions. Last session, I did 95 pounds with overhead extension with a barbell. Day 2 for my tricep training, I just do 1-arm pushdowns. I think I do, what is it? It's like 35 pounds with 1-arm extension. And then I do, it's single arm dumbbell skull crushers, and that's only with, that's only with 30 pounds. Like, if I try to go heavy both days, I just end up getting, like, really bad elbow pain and then fucking up the tricep tendon. So, like, at some point, if you do get fairly strong, like, you are going to notice if you just keep fucking pushing heavy, like, every session, you're just gonna fuck yourself up. So, again, some of these choices she's making, they may just be practical, where she does just have to lift lighter and just get more reps and shit, or else, like, she's just gonna get hurt. It's possible. She's extremely strong for a woman. Extremely. I saw a video she uploaded to Instagram where I think she was repping out 275 on bench. That's absurd, ridiculous strength for a woman. Like, no fucking girls are doing reps with 275. That's just stupid. Let me see if I can find it. So there's 255. $242, $245, $225, $231. I swear I saw her do $275 at one point, but even $255 for a female, that's ridiculous. So I would say for a woman, you have to multiply their bench by about 1.75 to get a comparable amount of strength to a man, so that's roughly 446 if you compare her strength to a man. So I think she failed 250, but she could have gotten it. That's a lot of fucking weight. So, she's strong as shit. But thanks for the donation, CDG. CDG donate $2, but did you consider that she's not natural? What would she bench naturally? Probably like 185 at most. Well, yeah. I mean, but how many dudes are benching over 400 pounds? Nobody. Most men who are benching over 400 are on steroids. It's only like really top tier genetically elite dudes that are benching over 400. So it is what it is. Like, you're not going to see many dudes benching over 400 that aren't on steroids either. Like, most dudes who are serious about lifting, they might be able to get to around 315 maybe. And then if they're on gear, yeah, they can push that to over 400. So if she was off steroids, I would expect her bench is probably, like, would probably be around 185, 200. And then with steroids, she can get her bench to, like, maybe around 275-ish. But yeah, like, I mean, if we're comparing apples to apples, like, yeah, that's going to be the case for most dudes, too. Thanks for the donation, CDG. No, I would not let her peg me. Do you like Bells of Steel equipment? Some of their stuff is good. A lot of it is kind of mid, especially considering the price. Usually, most of their equipment you can find cheaper and better from other suppliers. So, their leg press, for example, they have a leg press. Why did Rogue come up first? They have a leg press that's, it's some stupid thing. It's, I think they tried to copy Rogue. Yeah, this fucking thing. They have this leg press, and it's like this multi-combo thing, so you can also use it as a hack squat. It's $3,000. And the big selling point here is that you can use one leg at a time. I think that's just fucking dumb. $3,000. And I mean, you can get an Orion leg press. It's only a leg press, but who fucking cares? In my opinion, leg press is better than a hack squat anyway. $900. So something that has the same function, just as good, if not better, as a leg press. And, you know, it's... So you can get cheaper stuff that's as good, if not better, for, you know, what it is. Their belt squat is all right. Again, it's not the best, but it's pretty good. fairly reasonable-ish price. But again, it's not the best, and considering the money, you can probably find a cheaper belt squat that's made by like a Chinese company. I've seen these used for pretty cheap. Somebody was selling one of these for like 400. You're usually better off just buying some of the shit used. Some of their cardio machines seem pretty alright. Their treadmill, I think, is useless. There's a company that also makes a treadmill that's a push sled that's cheaper and it's actually better. It offers more resistance. Their treadmill, their magnetic resistance treadmill, it's again kind of useless. It doesn't offer enough resistance. Their step mill is actually good. This is better than the it is better than the one I have. It's a Bowflex, but you can get the Bowflex used for like nothing. I think I bought my Bowflex for $300. I don't know if you can find this on the used market at all. You probably can't. This is better. It's better quality. But again, $1,500 versus $300 used for the Bowflex. I know it's not fair to make that comparison. The Bowflex new is around the same price. But again, like the fact is you can find the Bowflex used for that price. So $300 for something that's very fucking similar, extremely similar. It is better quality, so if you really care about that sort of thing, but again, if they both do the same thing and the Bowflex is all you need, you might as well just get the Bowflex. Their air bikes, again, you can find, like, they're roughly the same price as most competitors, and they're not really any better, so. This is a scam. I know for a fact that this is just a Chinese white label product. This is the exact same thing as what is it? I think it's GMW. Yeah, this is the exact same thing as the GMW. I think that's in USD. This is actually the same price as the thing that you find on Amazon, but this is literally just the GMW stair stepper. Like, you can even literally see it's the same thing. So, like, you see those, like, levels there? Or the stepper thing? Same thing. So this is literally just the GMW. I think there's a small difference. This is in USD, this is in CAD, but this is the same thing. I wouldn't call that a scam, but it's the same thing. So it's the same thing as the GMW stepper on Amazon. I don't think that's even technically theirs. That's just what they got from a Chinese manufacturer. I think this is another white label product. I've seen this exact same thing sold by a Chinese company. This is just a white label product. So Bells of Steel, kind of mid. I think Alex has the Bells of Steel belt squat. It's not a bad belt squat, especially for the money. CDG donate $2. Nice humble brag, Richard. Not gonna lie, I'm not sure if you were natural when you did the 410 because you look bloated and huge. Now you look much more healthy and normal, but I'll take your word for it. Well, I was bulking as much as I could to make sure that I could get the 410 bench. I don't think I needed to do that. I could have, I think if I think if I just stayed at like 240, I could have still easily hit 410. I didn't need to get up to like 270 to do that. I didn't really lose much strength though. My mom came over this weekend and we were training. And I ate more this weekend because I was having the fainting issues from dieting so hard. So I ate at a normal caloric intake. I felt really fucking strong on Saturday. So when she came over, I slapped 315 on the bench press and I did a set of 5. And it felt really light and easy. So that would translate to roughly a 355 flat bench. So after losing probably more than 80 pounds at this point, I could, without even training, like not even going through any kind of strength or peaking phase, I've only been doing sets of 8 to 10. I could do 355. So, yeah, no. Even after losing all that weight, I haven't lost any strength. So it's just diet. I just decided to lose weight. I wasn't on any gear. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. CDG donated $2. Also, you don't have to consider the height of the man when you say max bench. Like 6'3" man has a bigger frame and will weigh more than a smaller man, right? Like strength standards will be different because they're different weight classes. The weight class thing is fucking stupid. I know there's practical considerations for, because, yeah, somebody who's heavier is likely going to be able to lift more, but height also plays a huge role in that. So if you have, like, say, a 180-pound weight class, the likelihood of somebody who's 6'3" being able to bench over 400 pounds versus somebody who's maybe 5'8" to 5'10" being able to bench over 400 pounds at that same body weight. The person who's 5'8" to 5'10" is going to have an easier time because they have a smaller frame, but they have more muscle on that frame. If you're 6'3", 180, you're going to be skinnier than somebody who's 5'8", 5'10". So with powerlifting, what you want to do is you want to be as short as you can be, but be at the top of your weight class. So being the shortest person in your weight class, you're going to have a huge advantage. So the weight thing is just fucking stupid. You're going to have to be heavier as a taller person in order to lift the same weight in all likelihood, especially for upper body lifts. You may still have an advantage if you're taller and at the same body weight for deadlifts, just because of leverages in that particular lift. And being taller does give you an advantage when it comes to absolute strength. There's a reason why all the people who have the bench press world records, they're all over 6 foot. There's a reason why all the World's Strongest Man competitors, all the people who win are over 6 feet. One of the reasons is, like, some of the events, so, like, Atlas Stones, you have to be over 6 feet to be competitive with Atlas Stones, and that's a huge event in Strongman. But even ignoring Atlas Stones, there's a reason why all the World's Strongest Man competitors, they're all over 6 feet, and a lot of them are, like, freakishly tall, like over 6'5". So being taller does give you an advantage when it comes to absolute strength. You're just able to put on more weight and have more overall muscle mass compared to shorter people. But when you're talking about weight classes, because of the way the weight classes work with height, you are at an advantage if you're the shortest person in your weight class. So it's just whatever. I don't care. Just ignore all that. Like, strength is strength, right? So I just look at numbers. I don't really care how tall or heavy somebody is. If you can lift more, you can lift more. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Sadie, and we're donating $2.
Did you hear about these VG?
I'll look at that in a second, Ben. Thanks for the donation.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more. He needs to feel important and appreciated. This need is a very real and important one.
I mean, I wouldn't consider that racist. It's just, it's the talk of the time, okay? It's just what the words they used.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Yeah, great. Is there a reason you have to send this shit to me every fucking stream? Yeah, okay.
That snake and pfeffer in der Grassenplatz. Oh, do I hate that Hitler Schwein, that phony Führer, that...
Yeah. Warner Brothers has had an interesting history. Yeah.
Breaking news! A 17-year-old teen was arrested for killing his parents in order to obtain their money so he can assassinate President Trump to take over the world and save the white race.
Yeah, I heard of that one.
Breaking news! A man was arrested and charged for burning down Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's house. 38-year-old Cody Balmer has been charged with attempted murder, terrorism, aggravated arson. The governor and his family are okay. Breaking...
So... Josh Shapiro, is he Republican? Democrat. Okay.
News! The Texas Senate has passed a bill requiring fathers to pay for child support at the start of conception. In cooking terminology, the second your Marie Callender's chicken pot pie gets placed in the microwave, you are responsible for monthly payments all the way until graduation.
I cannot understand why a woman would need money at conception. Why would they need money at conception? They don't have any additional costs yet. Like, you could presumably be at a point where you don't even know you're pregnant, but your partner owes you money. Why is society so cucked? Like, it's dudes who are making these choices. It's really weird. Thanks for the donation, Ben. CDG donate $2. Yes, I understand. I meant the taller guy is going to weigh more, obviously, so the taller guy would be stronger 99% of the time. So I'm asking, like, the 405 bench thing. Usually, only taller guys would be able to do that. Shorter guys would do less, right? Yes. Shorter people are going to have a harder time in general getting up to a 405 bench. Thanks for the donation, CDG. CDG donate $2. Would you say your 410 bench is considered elite for your height, and especially considering you were natural? What's the equivalent for a 5'8" guy? I think it would be. If you look at how strong I am, how strong am I? Or no, strength level calculator, male, age, 33, 270 body weight, bench press, 410. So advanced for my age and weight would be 397. Elite is considered 476. So I'm stronger than 84% of male lifters my age weighing 270. So I'd be in the top 16%. I think I'm like 190 right now. I might even be less. I need to get a scale. I did 315 for 5. So that would translate to a 355 bench. That would be 1.87 times my body weight. Advanced would be considered 298. Elite would be 367. So I could get, like, I think I could get up to 410 again while still being under 200 pounds. I don't know if I'm going to bother doing it. I'll see how my tendons are and my pecs once I get off the diet. But I probably could end up still benching over 400 while being under 200 pounds body weight. And then that would put me in the elite. Let's go with like 195. And just go with 405. So elite would be 375. And that would put me in the top 2%. So I could do that. I feel like I could. Again, while dieting and eating fucking nothing, I could get a 355 right now. So I think I could do it. I don't know what the equivalent for a 5'8" person would be. I don't know of any calculators that calculate height, so I have no idea. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Who was that guy that pissed you off because he cheated the 405 and celebrated like he got it? Oh, that was Damo. Damo's a fucking attention-seeking dickhead. Yeah. He seems to... I don't know if he's a TikToker. Maybe that's where he makes most of his horseshit content. Barely uploading to YouTube anymore at all. Damo the fat ass. Not seeing him pop up on TikTok anywhere. But yeah, this guy is barely uploading at this point. He made a video after that 405 attempt where he actually made a reference to my critique.
What is...
Yeah, he made a video afterwards where he made a reference to my critique of his 405, and he knows he never hit 405. Like, he knows. This was just all a load of bullshit to get views. This guy is just an attention-seeking fucking dipshit. And I think he lied about having depression and mental health and everything. Like, if you look at his video content, through this entire time, he said, I was miserable and depressed, and I felt like shit. Like, just look at this fucking jackass.
So hard.
You know, you almost got it.
Like, he's constantly smiling all the time, making jokes. He's surrounded by friends, laughing constantly. Like, he's high energy. Bro, you all know, I've suffered from depression lifelong, and I did that video series leading up to 405. Like, you never saw me acting like this, ever. So I think this guy is just an attention-seeking fucking cunt, and he's basically like that dipshit, what's his fucking name? That white guy who does the same thing. He lies about having depression and shit too. I think he's just completely fucking full of it. But this was a joke. I don't think he even knows any of these people. He just got a bunch of fucking dipshits in this room to do this, like, 405 video. He didn't even take it seriously. So for one thing, I don't know why you'd wear a fucking muscle shirt when you're benching. It gives you less grip on the bench. You're more likely to slide. He also did this wearing jeans. Like, why in the fuck are you wearing this garbage while trying to do this 405 attempt that you think is, like, the most important thing you've ever fucking done in your life? He's just fucking full of shit. And this was a joke, dude. Listen to this dumbass fucking gay music. And just lifts his ass off the bench like a fucking jackass. Oh my god, so inspirational. Oh, you got it. Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I'm gonna fake cry. Fuck this guy. Just what a fucking asshole. Bro, through that whole process, up until I think the last month or two, that's when I did the mushroom trip, I had horrible fucking depression, and then even when I hit the 410, did I like start fucking crying and making a big fucking deal about it? Like, I just hit the weight, said fuck yeah, I did it, got up, and like that was that. Like, fuck you, dude. Fucking attention seek. Like, that's just social media, dude. Everyone just wants fucking attention and views, and they'll lie about fucking everything. My mental health. Oh, that's why it's so important. Like, I hate it. I can't stand social media. Everyone's just an attention-seeking fucking prick. Sadie N-word donate $2. The title of the song is Neck Hurt. What do you think? That's great. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Demon Cunt donate $2. Hey, I made 4K in 4 days. Door-to-door sales. Best industry. Suck my dick. People are afraid to look like a loser. They rather be one Nicker Coon Dyke. Okay, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt. That is such a nice, big, juicy booty, dude. That is a nice ass.
They were untouchable. Yet the past always finds a way to catch up. After World War II, thousands of Nazis slipped into the shadows, assuming new identities in remote corners of the world. Others simply left Europe to live openly in countries with governments that were, let's just say, accommodating to former Nazis. However, when Israel was formally established in 1948, this new nation made a solemn promise. The atrocities of the Holocaust and those who orchestrated them would not be forgotten. Enter Mossad, Israel's intelligence agency. Patient, relentless, and unyielding in its pursuit of justice. They took it upon themselves to track down some of the most elusive war criminals, men who had perpetrated genocide and escaped, believing...
Demon cunt Donny Tillers, niggers mad a dude half his size can bench 405, stop being salty. Also, can you say his depression is fake? That's just fucked up, coon. Yeah, it probably is. He had absolutely no signs of depression whatsoever. Every single time you saw the guy in video, he was laughing, smiling, energetic. He clearly had a vibrant social life. He was always filming and doing shit with his friends. If you're depressed, like, again, you would expect him to be lower energy, not laughing, not smiling constantly, all that fucking shit. Sounds like bullshit to me. And he didn't hit 405. He cheated on the fucking bench. And he knows it. He made a video later fucking admitting as much. He played my video where I said he didn't bench 405. His ass lifted off the bench. So he knows. It's all for fucking views. Thanks for the donation, demon cunt.
That time might somehow absolve them of their crimes. He was the architect of the Holocaust, the man who made genocide efficient. Adolf Eichmann didn't build the gas chambers or pull the trigger himself. Instead, he ensured that the trains ran on time. As an SS officer, Eichmann oversaw the logistics of mass deportations, sending millions of Jews to their deaths with the meticulous precision of an accountant. Cold, detached, and efficient. When the war ended, many high-ranking Nazis were captured and put on trial, but Eichmann disappeared. For years, he was nothing more than a ghost, a rumor, a name, a whisper in the dark. The world had no idea where he was, but that didn't stop people from looking. Like many former Nazis,
If he unalives himself, would you apologize for saying this? No. He eats meat, so that would be ideal.
Eichmann fled Europe through the so-called rat lines, underground escape networks that led to South America. With the help of a Catholic priest, he made his way to Argentina in 1950 under the alias Ricardo Clement. There, he built a new life, working at a Mercedes-Benz factory and living in a modest house in Buenos Aires with his wife and children. He was convinced he was finally safe. Then came the tip. Lothar Hermann, a German Jew who had survived Dachau and later lived in Argentina, received unexpected news. His daughter, Sylvia, had unknowingly started dating Klaus Eichmann, the son of Adolf Eichmann, who openly boasted about his father's role in the Nazi regime. Suspicious of Klaus's comments, Sylvia relayed the information to her father. Concerned by what he had heard, Lothar contacted Israeli authorities and events quickly escalated. Although Eichmann had altered his appearance, aged, and attempted to erase his past, intelligence agents managed to stake out his house for weeks. They observed him returning home every night on the same bus and following the exact same route. Before long, Mossad became all but certain. It was Eichmann. And the order was given. Capture him alive. On the evening of May the 11th, 1960, Mossad agents were stationed in a parked car near his home. As Eichmann stepped off his usual bus and began his routine walk home, the agents struck.
Hell yeah, dude. Mossad's based.
Agents lunged forward and wrestled him to the ground, while another quickly covered his mouth. Although he fought back, it was clear that he was no soldier anymore, just a middle-aged man who had spent too long living a normal life. They shoved him in the car and drove off. For 9 days, he was held in a safe house and interrogated. At first, he denied everything. But when agents confronted him with details that only Eichmann would know, he broke down and confessed his identity. The real challenge, though, was getting him out of Argentina. Extradition was not an option. Argentina had a long history of protecting former Nazis. Instead, Mossad hatched a bold plan. They would smuggle him out on an Israeli plane, disguising him as a drunk flight crew member. They drugged Eichmann and dressed him in an El Al flight uniform. On May the 20th, 1960, he was quietly loaded onto a plane and flown to Israel. When the news broke, the world was stunned and Argentina was furious. Yet, Israel had made its move. There was no turning back. Eichmann's trial began in April 1961 and marked the first time that Holocaust survivors were given the opportunity to testify about the atrocities they had endured.
Demon cunt donators, just because you said that you wouldn't care if he killed himself, I'm going to make sure I never go vegan, and I'm going to order so much meat right now, it's going to look like a fucking butt shop in my house. Well, that wasn't a proper sentence. I don't think your carer will buy the meat you want for you. Thanks for the donation, demon cunt.
The trial was televised worldwide, presenting gripping, horrifying, and heartbreaking images as survivors detailed the suffering orchestrated by Eichmann. Throughout the trial, the world listened in disbelief as these accounts were laid bare. Meanwhile, Eichmann sat in a glass booth, completely emotionless, claiming that he had merely been following orders. On December the 15th, 1961, Adolf Eichmann was sentenced to death, and he was subsequently hanged on June the 1st, 1962, the only person ever executed by Israel under its legal system. His body was cremated and his ashes were scattered at sea to ensure that no grave, shrine, or site would serve as a gathering point for Nazi sympathizers. Justice had been served, yet this was only the beginning.
Hell yeah.
Herbert Suckers was no ordinary Nazi officer. He was a sadist whose name became synonymous with cruelty. In monstrous annals of human history, his actions placed him among the worst of the perpetrators. As the second in command of the IS Commando Latvian SS unit, Sukas played a pivotal role in the massacre of more than 30,000 Jews during the Holocaust. Survivors not only recalled his brutal actions, but also described his chilling demeanor. He was said to have laughed while setting fire to synagogues with people trapped inside, shot infants in their mothers' arms, and dragged women to their deaths while wielding a whip. Before the war, Sukas had been celebrated in Latvia as a national hero, a renowned aviator dubbed the Latvian Lindbergh. His fame was built on daring solo flights that showcased both his engineering prowess and his exceptional piloting skills. In the pre-World War II era, he was considered an impressive figure. However, his legacy took a dark turn during the German occupation as he became infamous for his involvement in atrocities, including the Ramula massacre, during which approximately 25,000 Jews were murdered over the course of 2 days in late 1941. After the war, Sukas disappeared, leaving behind scant clues regarding his whereabouts. In 1946, he fled to Brazil, journeying through Germany and France before finally settling in Sao Paulo. There, he reinvented himself as a pilot, operating sightseeing tours over South America. Unlike many fugitive Nazis who went to great lengths to hide their identities, Sukas unabashedly retained his name, appearing in local magazines and maintaining a public persona. By the 1960s, however, the Mossad network had grown formidable. When Holocaust survivors recognized him, Israel decided that Sukas could no longer live freely. In contrast, Aughey.
Mike Oxlong donated $2. Why do fat people try to do things? What the fuck? That's just stupid. Demon Cunt donated $2. I'm going to go to a farm on Saturday, personally put a fucking bullet in the head of a cow blood. If a cow blood's on your hands. Okay, well, how about you put the gun in your mouth and pull the trigger instead of shooting the cow? Let's see. Well, that wasn't very smart. Whoa. I hate how that guy is doing that stupid reacting thing. I'm not watching more of that. What the hell? Oh my god. That's not a very good floor. Oh, that sucks. Something similar almost happened to Isaac and I. We were going to a veg fest, and we're on my motorcycle, and we stopped at some mall to get food. And the mall had an underground parking lot that had an automatic, like, garage door opener thing. And while we were going out, the garage door was coming down. And I ducked my head under, and Isaac was actually paying enough attention to what I was doing where he instinctively ducked his head under too, and we both avoided that happening. He didn't even realize the garage door was coming down. He just instinctively ducked his head down because I was doing it. Thanks for the donation though, Max. Or Mike Oxlong. Demon Cunt donated Tiller's gonna cut its fucking head off while it's still alive just because of you. Humans are more important than animals on Earth. You dyke, blood's on your hands. Yeah, how about you just slit your own throat open? Thanks for the donation, dude.
Captured and tried, Sukkers was targeted for assassination, a move driven not by retribution but by a pursuit of justice. Operation Bramberg was thus set into motion. A Mossad agent, Yakov Nadad, assumed the alias Anton Kunzel and presented himself as a wealthy Austrian businessman boasting a distinguished record on the Eastern Front. Over several months, he cultivated a close relationship with Sukkers, gradually earning his trust. In 1965, under the pretense of discussing a business venture, Nadad lured Sukkers to a safe house in Montevideo in Uruguay. The moment Sukkers stepped inside, the Mossad team attacked. The confrontation was vicious. Despite his age, Sukkers fought back fiercely, nearly biting off one agent's finger. In the end, however, he was overpowered, his resistance halted by a hammer blow to the head. The agents then confronted him with his crimes, making sure he understood why this reckoning had come. A single gunshot to the head soon ended his life. His body was later discovered in the trunk of a car, accompanied by a note that read, "This is for the 30,000 victims of Riga." Another note had been sent to media outlets, taking into consideration the gravity of the charge leveled against the accused, namely that he personally supervised the killing of more than 30,000 men, women, and children, and considering the extreme display of cruelty which the subject showed when carrying out his tasks, the accused, Herbert Sukkers, is hereby sentenced to death. The assassination sent shockwaves around the world. Initially, media outlets dismissed the note as a mere prank. Once the body was discovered, the seriousness of the operation became undeniable. The mission served as a stark reminder of the atrocities committed and aimed to deter any attempt to grant amnesty to Nazi war criminals, a subject still hotly debated in West Germany at the time. Sukkers' death carried a clear message. Justice does not forget. Even decades later, those responsible for unspeakable horrors would be held accountable, ensuring that the memory of their victims was honored and that history would never be allowed to repeat itself. Franz Stangl was more than just a camp administrator. He oversaw one of the deadliest sites in human history. As the commandant of Treblinka, he was responsible for the extermination of nearly 900,000 Jews in just over a year. Stangl was not merely an SS officer following orders. He was efficient, methodical, and disturbingly detached. Stangl considered himself nothing more than a simple administrator. He later admitted that he never contemplated the victims, only ensuring that the process ran smoothly. Stangl regarded Treblinka as if it were a factory. His role wasn't to kill, it was to simply make sure the machine operated efficiently. After the war, he was arrested by American forces, yet like many Nazis, he managed to slip away. In 1948, he escaped from a prison camp in Austria and fled to Italy, where a network of Nazi sympathizers and members of the Catholic clergy hid him. Armed with forged papers, he boarded a ship bound for Brazil. In Brazil, Stangl built a new life. He became a family man and worked hard at a Volkswagen factory in Sao Paulo. Essentially, he became a ghost, another Nazi who had effectively vanished from sight. For nearly 2 decades, his whereabouts remained unknown. That wasn't until Simon Wiesenthal, the tireless Nazi hunter and survivor of the camps, began his pursuit. Devoted to bringing escaped perpetrators to justice, Wiesenthal traced a trail through old Nazi connections, ultimately tracking Stangl to Brazil in the mid-1960s. Once Mossad obtained the intelligence, they acted. Unlike Sukkers, Stangl was not to be assassinated, he was to be dragged back to face justice. With the help of Brazilian authorities, Stangl was arrested in 1967 at his home in Sao Paulo. He had been caught off guard. After more than 20 years on the run, he had finally let his guard down. Extradited to West Germany, he stood trial for the murder of 900,000 people. Throughout the trial, Stangl showed little remorse, claiming that he was merely a soldier fulfilling his duty. His sentence was life in prison. However, justice didn't wait long. 6 months after his conviction in 1971, he died in his cell from heart failure. One more Nazi wiped from the earth.
Based.
If there was one man who deserved a brutal end, it was Josef Mengele, Auschwitz's angel of death. Though he carried the title of doctor, Mengele's work was nothing short of monstrous. He conducted grotesque experiments on prisoners. Obsessed with twins, he injected chemicals into their eyes, and misguided attempt to change their color, and performed cruel, senseless procedures such as sewing them together. He conducted surgeries without anesthesia, subjected children to freezing experiments, and with a mere flick of his wrist, determined who would live and who would die. Unlike many Nazis who fled in desperation, Mengele had meticulously planned his escape well in advance. Aware that the war was lost, he had no intention of being captured. In 1949, armed with forged papers, he slipped into Argentina in a manner reminiscent of Eichmann's escape. Yet, unlike Eichmann, Mengele never felt the need to hide his name. He lived openly, socializing with other Nazis in Buenos Aires. He ran a business, swam at private clubs, and even applied for German citizenship under his real identity. Confident and seemingly untouchable, he continued his life in plain sight. Mossad had their eyes on him. In 1960, the very team that had just captured Eichmann received a second target, Mengele. They had discovered his home and devised a plan. However, they encountered a problem. Conducting 2 simultaneous extractions was too risky. The Eichmann operation had exposed Mossad's presence in Argentina, putting local security forces on high alert. This forced them to prioritize Eichmann, a guaranteed capture, over Mengele, who was protected by layers of security. By the time they returned for him, Mengele had vanished. He fled to Paraguay and later Brazil, aided by influential friends. Always on the move, he stayed one step ahead of his pursuers. Even in the 1970s, when Simon Wiesenthal came close, he never managed to capture him. Mossad tried repeatedly. They sent agents and followed leads, yet Mengele had learned from Eichmann's fate. He became a ghost, constantly relocating, avoiding routine, trusting no one. In 1979, though, the chase ended, not with a bullet, but with water. Mengele, living under an alias in Brazil, suffered a stroke while swimming and drowned in front of friends who knew exactly who he was, though they chose to bury him under his false identity. For years, doubts persisted. Was this yet another act of deception? It wasn't until DNA testing in 1992 confirmed it. Mengele was dead. Mossad never forgave themselves for letting him slip through their fingers. He simply didn't deserve to die a free man. Alois Brunner was one of Adolf Eichmann's most trusted men. A dedicated SS officer, he was directly responsible.
Yeah, Alois Brunner fled to Syria and they were never able to get him. They tried to kill him with a package bomb, but he survived.
For deporting more than 100,000 Jews to the gas chambers. They organized transports from Austria, Greece, Slovakia, and France, personally ensuring that thousands of men, women, and children boarded trains bound for extermination. Unlike some Nazis who later blamed ignorance, Brunner was unapologetic. Even decades after the war, he remained proud of his actions. He once told a journalist,
"Is Russia really a developed country? No, it really isn't. They have a lower GDP than Italy, if you could believe that." So, a massive country with how many fucking billion people? Population of Russia. There's no way. 143.8 million? Really? I thought Russia, wow, that's a huge territory with barely any fucking people in it. I would have thought it was way higher. Well, they have about 3 times the population of Italy, and they actually have a lower GDP, and they have so much oil in the ground too. It's actually surprising, but they actually have a lower GDP than Italy.
All of them deserve to die. I regret nothing. Brunner was slated to be tried at Nuremberg, but when the war ended, he vanished. For years, intelligence agencies scoured South America and Europe in search of him. It wasn't until the 1950s that Mossad uncovered the truth. Brunner had fled to Syria. Under the protection of the Syrian government, he advised the regime on intelligence and torture techniques, making him virtually untouchable. Syria refused to extradite him, and any attempt to extract him would have sparked a diplomatic crisis. Undeterred, Mossad got creative. In 1961, Military Intelligence Unit 188, a branch of the Israel Defense Forces, sent him a letter bomb. When he opened it, the explosion blinded him in one eye. The Mossad wasn't done. In 1980, they sent another letter bomb, cleverly disguised with packaging from an Austrian herb distributor that he had previously used. This time, the explosion cost him 4 fingers. Still, Brunner remained defiant. From his hideout in Damascus, he boasted about his crimes, occasionally granting interviews in which he spat on the memories of his victims. The world never saw him stand trial, though. In the 1990s, Syria fell into turmoil. Brunner vanished completely. He'd been sentenced to death in absentia in France back in 1954 and later condemned for his crimes against humanity in 2001. Reports later surfaced claiming he'd died sometime between 2001 and 2010 in miserable conditions, confined to a basement under house arrest. One former guard recalled that Brunner, who went by the name Abu Hussein, suffered and cried a lot in his final years. He couldn't even wash himself and subsisted on nothing more than eggs or potatoes. Mossad never managed to catch him, but they made sure his life was one of pain, fear, and isolation. They thought they could disappear. They believed that time would erase their crimes. They thought the world would eventually forget. But Israel didn't forget.
Well, at least they took his eyes and fingers. Let's see. I might save that for another day. So that's long. I'll probably react to that tomorrow night.
Tariffs are aimed at part, and the president talks about bringing manufacturing jobs to America. The White House talked about iPhones being made here in America. Some economists have said it would cost thousands of extra dollars to buy an iPhone. Is that realistic?
I think I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is the immediate harm is going to be very significant. And it is going to, I was just in Target the other day buying something, and I looked around there. Virtually all of those products sold in stores like
No, I don't consider 225 on bench heavy.
Target are going to see significant increases in prices if Trump gets his way with tariffs. That's going to hurt working people a whole lot.
This is Marge Watchorn, a manager at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. She's worked with the federal government for 30 years. Thank you for your service.
Thanks.
Marge is a Democrat from Ellicott City, Maryland. Marge?
Senator, what would you say to federal employees who are concerned about the careless workforce cuts being effectuated by Elon Musk and Doge?
I want to say 2 things about that. First of all, thank you and your colleagues for your years of service. The vast majority of federal employees are trying their best to do the jobs that have to be done to protect the American people, and I thank you all very much for that. The idea that Mr. Musk goes around and with a chainsaw, I mean, that is his metaphor, a chainsaw, slashing jobs all over the place, telling people based on nothing that they have poor performance records, throwing them out into the street is outrageous. But I want to say something else, above and beyond. And by the way, I was just on the floor a few hours ago. They have decided in their brilliance, and I suspect this is a Musk initiative, to lay off, they have a proposal to lay off 83,000 workers at the Veterans Administration. Got that? So we made a commitment to the men and women who put their lives on the line that we were going to provide them with the best quality health care that we could. And generally speaking, I know in my state, veterans are very proud of the health care they get in White River Junction, Vermont, and that's true in many places in this country. But arbitrarily throwing 83,000 workers in the Veterans Administration, lowering the quality of care for our veterans, delaying the kind of the time in which they're going to get their benefits is a total outrage. I want to add one point to that. I want everybody to think about this. Most people, we have millions of federal employees, most people are not federal employees. And I think many people are saying, wow, that's outrageous. I really feel for these federal employees thrown out on the street. But I want you to think about this. If Musk can do this to federal employees, some of whom are in unions, some of whom work for years, what do you think he's going to be doing when artificial intelligence and robotics comes for your job? Guess what? The job you have today ain't going to be here in 10 or 15 years. And you think Musk and his friends are saying, oh my goodness, how do we protect American workers from the explosion in technology that we're seeing? They don't give a damn about you. If this is what they could do to federal employees, think about what they could do to people in the private sector. So bottom line there is I am not a Luddite. I think technology has many positive things to say. But we have got to understand that new technology, AI, robotics, has got to work for working people, not just for the billionaires and Mr. Musk.
There's a lot of talk about, from the Doge team about, or from Elon Musk, about waste, fraud, and abuse and what they're finding. Have you seen much evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse? Because what they've put on their wall of receipts, some of the top items, the biggest savings they allege to have implemented, turned out to be mistakes or just lies.
Look, am I going to sit here and tell anybody in America that the United States government doesn't have a bureaucracy and there isn't waste? Of course there is. And do we all, you're Republican, conservative, progressive, I was mayor of the city of Burlington. One of the things I'm proud of is we save money. We made the city more efficient. People pay taxes. They want to make sure their money goes to where it's supposed to go. We can do better than we're doing right now.
Is there a contribution Elon Musk could make to the federal government that you would be?
I think his name, I don't think he can do it. But do I think as a nation, as a Congress, as an administration, we got to sit down and say, how do we break through the bureaucracy and make the government more efficient? Yes. But I want to give you one example. And this worries me a whole lot. Trump gets up in his State of the Union, and many of you have heard it. And he says, oh my goodness, millions and millions of senior citizens, 150 years age, 200 years of age. Remember that? Oh, they're all getting Social Security benefits. It's a lie. A total, absolute lie. I mean, according to the new guy who is going to become the Social Security Administrator, Trump's own appointee, well over 99% of the benefits owed to people on Social Security were earned by the people on Social Security. It's just another lie. So a lot of what they're doing is, am I going to tell you the Veterans Administration is the most efficient organization in the world? No, it's not. But you don't simply, with a chainsaw, if you like, get rid of 83,000 people, then say, oh, it's not going to impact the quality of care that our veterans receive.
The president's keeping a 10% tariff on most countries, 25% on some goods from Canada and Mexico, 125% now on China. Has all of this chaos permanently damaged our economy, our reputation in the world?
Look, I live in Burlington, Vermont. You should all come up and visit us sometimes. We're a great city, a great state. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. Throughout the history of the United States and Canada, we have had a very warm, positive relationship. They are our neighbors. They are our friends. And right now, I got to tell you that in Canada, when you have a president of the United States who goes out of his way to insult the prime minister. He calls him governor. Oh, by the way, you're a Canadian. We're going to make you the 51st state. Canadians, who I love, they're great people. They're not coming into Vermont anymore. They're not coming into America. They're boycotting American goods, similar to our friends in Mexico and all over the world. These are our allies. We fought World War II. We defeated Nazism, fighting with our friends in UK and France, throughout Europe. And now they're saying, what in God's name is going on with the United States of America? So the idea that this nation, which all of us want to see as what did Ronald Reagan?
Reciprocal tariffs on numerous countries, leading to significant market disruptions and international backlash.
This guy looks almost exactly the same as Chum-Li from Pawn Stars, only like younger and thinner without tattoos.
How do you assess the effectiveness of such tariff strategies in protecting American jobs? And what alternative measures would you advocate to ensure fair trade without escalating global trade tensions?
Excellent, Nate. And Nate is quite right. Not only did I vote against a Clinton-inspired NAFTA and PNTR with China, I helped lead the effort against it. And I think you know why. What I saw and wanted to prevent was the decimation of communities all over this country where working people had decent jobs, often with unions, in a factory. And what these trade agreements in essence said to corporate America, hey, no problem. You can throw American workers out on the street. You can go to Mexico, you can go to China and hire people for pennies an hour. And I thought that that was a horrible idea. It was a horrible idea. It resulted in the loss of thousands and thousands of factories in America, the loss of millions of jobs. So to answer Nate's question, look, what I think is tariffs used selectively are a good idea if they're going to protect American jobs. But to arbitrarily, out of nowhere, come up with a tariff that they can't even justify or explain to virtually every country on earth is absolutely counterproductive.
All right. I think tomorrow we'll react to the Derek for More Plates, More Dates thing with Dorian Yates and some other shit, whatever kind of pops up. But I'm going to get to bed. I might also have time to do an afternoon stream. We'll see. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.